27, 2020 to order. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Burt, I know is participating.
Present by audio only.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir. And then Mayor Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Maybe we can.
He hasn't voided yet, and I put to the bladder scan.
Thank you. Okay, we have special orders of the day. That's our first item, and it's proclamations to the community leaders in honor of Black History Month. We each have some members of our community that we'd like to pay tribute to. And I would like to also thank the History Museum, the Palo Alto Museum, for coming up with the names for persons to be recognized at this time based on a criteria of significant contributions over a long time period, and for doing the research and writing of the proclamations presented this evening. I look forward to the museum and its resources being just a block away from us here in City Hall, so we can work together on many more projects that will bring to light our accomplishments as well as experiences we can and should learn from. Knowing our history is how we can pave the way to the future in informed ways that better lead to success, better to understand on the shoulders of these people who we likely know better tonight and from whom we can learn about leadership, commitment, integrity, and caring. So thank you to the museum, Palo Alto Museum, for your contribution this evening. And with that, we'll start with Councilmember Burt. No. I think maybe we will start with Councilmember Julie Lithcott-Hames.
I'm speaking about Sam McDonald. Whereas Emmanuel B. Sam McDonald was born in 1884, the grandson of formerly enslaved persons, came to California in 1890 at the age of 6, moving to Gilroy in 1897 and later to Santa Clara County with his father. Sam McDonald served as a deputy sheriff in the town of Mayfield, now part of Palo Alto, one of the first Black lawmen in the state of California, and using his expertise training horses at his father's farm to come to work at the Stanford farm in 1903 as a teamster, a person who drives and maintains a team of horses. McDonald rose to become the superintendent of Stanford University's athletic buildings and grounds. He was the first Black administrator at a major university. Legendary were his charisma, good nature, and altruism. Sam McDonald became nationally recognized for his innovative athletic field maintenance techniques, still visible today in the signature crisscross pattern mowed into football fields. Sam was a central figure for 3 generations of Stanford students, including a former president and Stanford graduate, Herbert Hoover. Beginning in 1920, McDonald began his generous support for the Stanford Home for Convalescent Children, most notably volunteering and running the huge barbecues on the Con Home Days, the annual Stanford Student Body Work Day to benefit the Stanford Convalescent Hospital, which would become known as Sam McDonald Day. Sam McDonald saved and invested his money wisely and hosted large gatherings of friends at his cabin in the Redwood Groves near La Honda, the land he later donated and which now make up San Mateo County's Sam McDonald Park. While he led a life of accomplishments, some say his true legacy is that of breaking barriers.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be reading on behalf of for Roy Clay. Whereas Roy Clay Sr., known as the godfather of Silicon Valley, was not only one of the first pioneers in the world of computer software during the late 50s, but a pioneer for African Americans breaking into the tech field. He was the first African American to graduate from St. Louis University in 1951 with a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics when there was no such subject as computer science. He struggled to find a job and became interested in computing. In 1958, he was hired at the Lawrence Radiation Laboratory, where he wrote software for the U.S. Department of Energy to demonstrate how radiation particles would spread after a nuclear explosion. Word of Clay's work got back to David Packard, and in 1965, Packard recruited Clay to set up Hewlett-Packard's computer development business. Clay was vital to the rise of HP in the world of technology. He wrote the software for, and in 1966, brought to market the HP 2116A, the first computer to be sold by HP. He established the HP software development facility, managed the computer division, and guided the company's emergence as a computer company. In 1977, Roy Clay formed his own company, Rod-L Electronics, to manufacture electrical safety test equipment. For his contributions in the field of computing, Clay was inducted into the Silicon Valley Engineering Council's Hall of Fame in 2003. For over 35 years, Clay was also involved in serving his community. While at HP, he established programs to help African Americans get into Silicon Valley. Clay was also elected to and served on the Palo Alto City Council from 1973 to 1979, the first African American to do so. In 1988, Clay became the first African American member of the Olympic Club and served as club president. He also served as a leader of community organizations that helped lives such as the Mid-Peninsula Boys and Girls Club and Job Train, then known as OICW.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. I will be reading for Joseph Leopold Eichler. Whereas Joseph Eichler, born to German Jewish immigrants, was a 20th century post-war American real estate developer inspired by a Usonian-style home in Hillsborough bought by Frank Lloyd Wright that he rented in 1943. Eichler became a residential real estate developer of distinctive modernist housing tracts, which architecture had become known as California modern. Between 1949 and 1966, Joseph Eichler's company, Eichler Homes, built over 11,000 homes in California. Eichler used well-known and respected architects such as the Los Angeles firms of Jones and Emmons, A. Quincy Jones, and Raphael Sorianoto to design both the site plans and the homes themselves. Later, other firms worked with Eichler's company to build similar homes. Together, they all came to be known as Eichlers. During this combined period, Eichler became both one of the nation's most influential advocates of bringing modern architecture to the general public and builders of modern homes. Joseph Eichler was a social visionary who commissioned designs primarily for middle-class Americans. One of his stated aims was to construct inclusive and diverse planned communities, ideally featuring integrated parks and community centers such as Green Meadow and the Swim and Tennis Club on Lewis Road. Eichler established a non-discrimination policy and offered homes for sale to anyone of any race, ethnicity, or religion. Whereas Joseph Eichler consulted with members of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, Federal Housing Administration, Housing and Home Finance Agency, and Housing and Urban Development about how to craft and promote anti-discrimination laws, and helped organize California's Convention on Housing Issues and write the state's fair housing law. In 1958, he resigned from the National Association of Home Builders when they refused to support a non-discrimination policy. Palo Alto has more Eichler homes than any other city. Green Gables and Green Meadow neighborhoods are recognized by and listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Next, we'll have Councilmember Ed Lowing read.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm reading on behalf of Albert Wilson. Whereas Albert Wilson was born in San Francisco, where he was living in an orphanage at the time of the 1906 earthquake, when someone tossed him out of a window to safety. Albert Wilson graduated from Lowell High School and received a degree in botany from Stanford University in 1929, worked in a nursery until returning to Stanford during the Depression for further study. Wilson began talks to local garden clubs and published his first book, Distinctive Trees, Shrubs, and Vines, back in 1938. His book, How Does Your Garden Grow?, became a long-term local bestseller. Wilson became famous as a garden expert throughout the Bay Area and began a series of radio and television shows, most notably Dig It with Albert, beginning in 1970 on KGO TV. Albert Wilson taught gardening and landscaping at Stanford, the College of San Mateo, Cañada College, and the University of California Extension. Died in 1996 at the age of 93 after a lifetime of encouraging and developing avid gardeners on the peninsula. Though who knew him well think he was trying to collect a plant specimen when he fell into San Francisco Creek.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Vicky Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to read about Fran Hinson. Whereas Fran Hinson was a popular Palo Alto shop owner for 36 years, quote, known by thousands of Peninsula residents and had hundreds of friends, unquote, according to his obituary in the Peninsula Times-Tribune. Fran Hinson was a descendant of a pioneer Palo Alto family whose great-grandfather settled on the peninsula in 1887. Hinson moved to Palo Alto when he was only a year old and later played football for the 1933 league champion Palo Alto High School team. He began his working career in the lobby of the President Hotel before entering the Army during World War II. Hinson established Fran's on Lytton Avenue in 1948, where he sold newspapers, magazines, candy, and other incidentals. He was noted for his constant smile and optimistic outlook. Loved by many frequent visitors to his shop, when Hinson suffered 2 heart attacks in 1982, his friends organized a campaign to pay for his medical bills. Thousands of dollars were raised through sales of a lithograph of Fran standing outside his shop on Lytton Avenue. The lithograph, by artist Marguerite Fletcher, is one of the most memorable images of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you. I'm reading this for June Fleming. Whereas June Fleming was the first and only woman and first member of a minority to serve as Palo Alto's city manager. June Fleming worked as Palo Alto's library director from 1968 to 1980, as assistant city manager from 1980 to 1992, and was appointed to the city council as city manager in 1992, which she held until she retired in 2000. Fleming and the city helped neighboring East Palo Alto ease a series of crises in the early 1990s by lending members of the city staff for economic development, police, and public work problems. Considered perhaps Fleming's biggest achievement was the streamlining of the city budget, turning it from a highly technical document organized along standard lines of personnel, supplies, and contracts into a mission-driven document that any citizen could review to determine exactly how much to spend on performing arts, traffic control, and park projects.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. And we return to Councilmember Liscard-Haynes.
This is about Doris and Cole Richmond. Whereas Cole and Doris Richmond first met in Los Angeles during World War II, when Cole was on leave from the Navy and Doris was working on an assembly line for North American Aviation. Doris and Cole married in 1947 and soon relocated to Palo Alto, where Doris remarked, "This is it. This is my home." They lived with friends until they could buy a lot on Chestnut Avenue and build their home. They were founders of the Chestnut Wilton Homeowners Association, which later merged into the Ventura Neighborhood Association. Doris Richmond began working at the old Carnegie Library, where City Hall is today, before moving to the main, now Rinconada Library on Newell Road. When she retired in 1991, she was honored for her long service and was treasured by both library staff and longtime users of the library for her extensive knowledge of the collection. Cole Richmond served on Palo Alto's first Human Relations Commission and as president of the Palo Alto Stanford NAACP chapter in the early 1970s. The Richmonds were prominent members of the University AME Zion Church for more than 50 years.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott Hames. And then now we'll go to Vicky Vinker for a proclamation.
You want to stay up here or go? Well, it is my sincere honor and privilege to read tonight's proclamation honoring Judge Ladoris Cordell. And those of you who are familiar with her many accomplishments know that this is not a short proclamation. Whereas Ladoris Hazard Cordell received her BA degree from Antioch College in 1971, is a 1974 graduate of Stanford Law School, and in 1976 opened the first private law practice in East Palo Alto. And whereas Ladoris Cordell directed a tutoring program for Black school children in the Mississippi Delta in 1967, and worked for a year as an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund in San Francisco. And whereas in 1975, Ladoris Cordell was the first person in the Western United States to serve as the Earl Warren intern at the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. And whereas in 1978, Ladoris Cordell was appointed Assistant Dean for Student Affairs at Stanford Law School. And during that four-year tenure, Ladoris Cordell implemented a minority admissions program, resulting in the emergence of Stanford Law School as a national leader in enrollment of students of color. And whereas in 1982, Governor Jerry Brown appointed Ladoris Cordell to the Municipal Court of Santa Clara County, making her the first African-American woman judge in all of Northern California. During her tenure in the municipal court, she served as the presiding judge and as a justice pro tem on the State Court of Appeal, where she was the first judge in the state to order convicted drunk drivers to install breath devices in their vehicles, making it impossible for those individuals to drink and drive. And whereas in 1988, Judge Cordell overwhelmingly won election to the Superior Court of Santa Clara County, making her the first African-American Superior Court judge in the county's history and the first African-American woman to sit on the Superior Court in Northern California. And whereas during her tenure on the Superior Court, Judge Cordell implemented many innovative programs, including utilizing community volunteers to assist the courts in monitoring children who have been placed in guardianships. And whereas in December 1988, Judge Cordell traveled to South Africa to participate in that country's first human rights conference, which trip is the basis for an award-winning PBS documentary, Color of Justice. And whereas Ladoris Cordell has served in various capacities with the National Conference for Community and Justice, the Asian Law Alliance, Mills College, the Lucille Packard Foundation for Children, United Way of Santa Clara County, Community Working Group, Inc., Sierra Club Legal Defense Fund, the San Francisco Family Violence Project, and the East Palo Alto Art and Music Project. And whereas Ladoris Cordell served as Stanford University's Vice Provost and Special Counselor to the President for Campus Relations from 2001 to 2009, where she supervised the Office for Campus Relations. And whereas Ladoris Cordell is the recipient of numerous awards for social activism and breaking race and gender barriers, including an Advocate for Justice Award from the Legal Aid Society of Santa Clara County in 1996, the Social Justice Award by the San Francisco Women's Centers, and was honored for her work on behalf of children by Legal Advocates for Children and Youth of Santa Clara County. The Hidden Villas Josephine and Frank Duveneck Humanitarian Award in 1998, being named Judge of the Year by the Santa Clara County Trial Lawyers Association in 2001, was the recipient of the Rose Bird Memorial Award by the California Women Lawyers Association, and the Rosa Parks Ordinary People Award from the NAACP in 2004. Is the recipient of the Santa Clara County's Women of Achievement Award, and was given an award of special recognition by the Human Relations Commission of Santa Clara County. And whereas in November 2003, Judge Cordell was elected to the Palo Alto City Council, where she served for 4 years. And whereas after a national search, the city of San Jose, California, chose Judge Cordell to be the city's independent police auditor. Under her leadership, from 2010 to 2015, the IPA office gained national recognition for its groundbreaking work in civilian oversight of the police. And whereas in partnership with the National Conference of Christians and Jews, Ladores Cardell established the first formal restitution program for crime victims in Santa Clara County. And whereas Ladores Cardell is an accomplished pianist and music has always been an important part of her life, in 2014, she co-founded the African American Composer Initiative, AACI, an organization whose mission is to bring the music of these composers to the world. And whereas Ladores Cardell's memoir, Her Honor, My Life on the Bench, What Works, What's Broken, and How to Change It, published in 2021, is a provocative look into the hearts and minds of judges and a behind-the-scenes look into chambers. And whereas as part of the Recognizing the Historic Contributions of Santa Clara County Women Project, Ladores Cardell is one of 25 women leaders in the South Bay honored with banners and murals painted by 13 women artists. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby record and express sincere thanks and appreciation to Ladores Cardell for her meritorious service rendered and numerous contributions made during her many years of professional and public service.
Would you like to make a comment, ma'am?
Promise it'll be under 3 minutes. I grew up outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I was one of a handful of African Americans in a stellar public school system. We didn't learn about a single African American who had ever done anything in history. Then beginning in the late 1960s and into the 1970s, the teaching of African American history and culture eventually became a part of the curricula of public and private schools, elementary through college. And now in 2023, here we are having to push that agenda again against those who want to suppress the teaching of African American history and culture. From history, we learn where we have come, from where we have come. We learn about our missteps, and if we are smart, we learn not to repeat them. Case in point, in 1948, the Peninsula Housing Association of Palo Alto was formed. It was a co-op made up of 150 families that included Stanford professors, public school teachers, city employees, carpenters, and nurses. And one of the first 150 families to join, there were 3 that were African American. And one of the co-op's board members was Wallace Stegner, who eventually became a Pulitzer Prize winning writer. And he had recently been hired by Stanford University, and he was searching for housing. The co-op purchased a 260-acre ranch adjacent to the Stanford campus and planned to build about 400 homes, as well as shared recreational facilities, a shopping area, a gas station, and a restaurant. However, the banks would not provide construction financing without the approval of the Federal Housing Administration. The FHA, a governmental agency, refused to insure the loans to the co-op because it had included African American members. In protest, Wallace Stegner and other board members eventually resigned, after which the co-op was forced to disband. In 1950, the co-op sold its land to a private developer who agreed with the FHA not to sell any properties to African Americans. The builder went on to construct individual homes for sale to whites only in Ladera, a subdivision that still adjoins the campus. Black history is American history, is California history, is Palo Alto history. We have made progress in the city, but we should all bear in mind that progress is measured not by how far we have come, but how far we have yet to go. I thank Mayor Lydia Koo for devoting this time to recognize African Americans who have contributed to Palo Alto's rich and interesting history. I think what you have done is a first for this city. And I thank former council member Karen Holman for doing the work to make this moment happen. And while I do appreciate this recognition, I want all of us to never forget that we all stand on the shoulders of Palo Altans of all colors and creed who, like that co-op board that refused to give in to racism, stood up for equality and justice. Now, under the leadership of this city council, let all Palo Altans learn from our history and be courageous upstanders for justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Cordell. We'll move to Councilmember Ed Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the honor of reading proclamation for Loretta Green. Whereas Loretta Green is a Palo Alto resident of more than 50 years, and whereas Loretta Green applied her lifelong affection for words and their power as a longtime feature writer and columnist for the Palo Alto Times, the Peninsula Times Tribune, and the San Jose Mercury News. And whereas Loretta Green's stories while on assignment in Africa brought the plight of starving Ethiopians to Peninsulans and inspired life-saving donations. And whereas Loretta Green was known as the voice of the community due to her human interest stories and the rare combination of having a great eye for news as well as being a great storyteller. And whereas Loretta Green's gracious and elegant writing style and longtime commitment to community demonstrated through her writing and sentiment of the public have served to inspire others. Whereas Loretta Green has won many professional awards, including recognition from the Associated Press, the Peninsula Press Club, the Association of California Newspaper Editors, the Society of Professional Journalists, has been inducted into the Black Legend Hall of Fame Award of Silicon Valley in the news and documentary category, an award that bears her name. And whereas Loretta Green also received numerous additional awards, such as the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce's Tall Tree Award, then Assemblyman Joe Simidian's 21st District's Woman of the Year, the Athena Award, which is given to honor exceptional women leaders who demonstrate the highest level of professional excellence, give back to their communities, and most importantly, assist other women in realizing their full leadership potential. The Mid-Peninsula's YWCA Outstanding Black Woman Award, the East Palo Alto Teen Home Positive Image Award, and the Career Action Center's Woman of Vision Award. Mid-Peninsula's YWCA's Outstanding Black Woman Award, the East Palo Alto Teen Home Positive Image Award, and the Career Action Center's Women of Vision Award, and most recently has been recognized by Avenidas Lifetimes of Achievement. And whereas Loretta Green has served on the Stanford Hospital Board of Directors, the Museum of American Heritage Board, and as a senior fellow at the American Leadership Forum of Silicon Valley, and as a longtime volunteer for the Mid-Peninsula Girls Club in East Menlo Park. Now, therefore, Mayor Koo, Mayor of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby record and express sincere thanks and appreciation to Loretta Green for sharing her elegantly professional writings and for her numerous contributions made during her years of community service and leadership this day of February 27, 2023.
Had the incredible bad timing of having lip surgery today, so my remarks will be very brief. But I just want to say thank you so much. This is an incredible honor. It's really amazing and surprising when you do things that you really love and then someone praises you for it. I'm delighted that the council has chosen to honor my people during this month. I thought about the words in our song, our Negro National Anthem. We sang it Sunday at a church that Jeannie Lithcott and I actually belong to. And a part of it is stony the road we've trod, bitter the chastening rod. We have had a stormy history, but we've made a lot of progress. And efforts like yours continue to bring attention to the progress that we've made. And I want to thank you. This is an incredible honor.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Two of the honorees tonight are former colleagues, and I'm incredibly moved to have the opportunity to celebrate you both, as well as Loretta Green. As the current African-American member of the City Council, I am deeply aware of the shoulders on which I stand. And I thank the mayor for putting this together. I have the honor of reading the proclamation for my friend, Claiborne Carson. Whereas Dr. Claiborne Carson is the Martin Luther King Jr. Centennial Professor of History Emeritus, Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies at Stanford University, has devoted his professional life to the study of Martin Luther King Jr. and the human rights movements inspired by Coretta and Martin King, Mohandas K. Gandhi, and other visionaries. And whereas Dr. Carson has lived in Palo Alto for many years and has been a professor at Stanford University for more than 40 years, where he has taught US history and African American history. And whereas in 1963, at the age of 19, Dr. Carson met Stokely Carmichael at a national student conference where Carmichael convinced him to attend the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom as a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And whereas in 1964, Dr. Carson transferred to UCLA and became active in what he calls the, quote, northern version of the Southern struggle, unquote, and changed his field of study from computer programming to American history, earning his BA and MA and his PhD, writing his doctoral dissertation on Stokely Carmichael and SNCC. And whereas Dr. Carson was involved in the 1960s anti-Vietnam War protests, which he has written about, highlighting the importance of grassroots political activity within the African-American freedom struggle. And whereas Dr. Carson is author of many books, and whose award-winning first book, In Struggle, SNCC and the Black Awakening of the 1960s, published in 1981, continues as the definitive study of the courageous activists and organizers who challenged strongholds of segregation. And whereas in 1985, Mrs. Coretta Scott King invited Dr. Carson to direct a long-term project to edit and publish an authoritative edition of her late husband's speeches, sermons, correspondence, publications, and unpublished writings, resulting in Dr. Carson's published The Autobiography of Martin Luther King Jr., a compilation of MLK papers. Under Dr. Carson's direction, the King Papers Project has produced 7 volumes of the papers of Martin Luther King Jr. And in 2005, after launching the online liberation curriculum for K through 12 students, Dr. Carson founded the Martin Luther King Jr. Research and Education Institute to endow and expand the educational outreach of the King Papers Project. And whereas Dr. Carson is the foremost scholar of the life of Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Carson says he has come to the understanding that King was not a civil rights leader, but a prophet whose vision was for all humanity. And whereas, in addition to publishing numerous books and scholarly articles, Carson has also been a senior advisor for the award-winning public television series on the civil rights movement, Eyes on the Prize, and has participated in the making of more than 24 other documentaries, including Freedom on My Mind, which was nominated for an Oscar in 1995. Also Freedom Riders and I Am MLK Jr. Whereas, after retiring as the King Institute's director, Dr. Carson has continued his online and multimedia educational efforts by establishing the World House Project in 2020 to collaborate with other human rights advocates to realize King's vision of a global community in which all people can, quote, learn somehow to live with each other in peace, unquote. And in addition to his regular courses at Stanford, Dr. Carson teaches an online open enrollment course, American Prophet, the Inner Life and Global Vision of Martin Luther King Jr., and produces a podcast, The World House. And whereas, in addition to many years teaching at Stanford, Dr. Carson has taught at UCLA, the University of California, Berkeley, American University, Emory University, Morehouse College, and l'École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris, and has lectured throughout the United States and in many other nations. And whereas Dr. Carson is also a playwright whose musical play, Passages of Martin Luther King, has been performed in locations throughout the United States, China, and Palestine. And whereas Dr. Carson helped design the MLK Jr. National Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas Dr. Carson has received numerous awards and honors, a mere sampling includes Andrew Mellon Fellowship, Frederick Jackson Turner Award of the Organization of American Historians for In Struggle, SNCC and the Black Awakening of the 1960s, Rosa Parks Distinguished Citizen Award, Martin Luther King Jr. Association of Santa Clara Valley, honorary doctorates from Morehouse College and Westminster, a commendation resolution by California Legislative Black Caucus of the California State Assembly, Tikkun Award from the Network of Spiritual Progressives, Community Leader Award from Peninsula Bay Chapter of the Links, Jamal Bajaj Foundation Award for promoting Gandhian values outside India, and is an elected member of the Society of American Historians Center for Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences Fellowship. And whereas while Dr. Carson enjoys personal time out on a basketball court, he also supports Stanford athletics in multiple capacities and serves as an honorary chair of the Palo Alto Museum. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby record and express sincere gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Claiborne Carson for his meritorious years of service rendered and numerous contributions made during his many years of professional and personal dedication. Presented February 27th, 2023.
Would you like to say a few words, Dr. Carson?
First of all, thank you so much for this. Actually, that means I must be old. But I was just thinking that I should thank the mayor because in addition to teaching in many places, I was just upstairs in the office teaching to my students. We have a class every Monday at 4 o'clock and it goes to 5 o'clock. So that's where I was making good use of the facility up there. Thank you so much for that. I think the other thought that comes to mind immediately is being given the same award as Ladoris and Loretta is, I admire them so much. Since I arrived here, they've made my stay in Palo Alto so wonderful. I think that the final thing I would really say is that one of the proudest days of my life came almost exactly 10 years ago. And some of you might remember that City Hall was the center of a celebration of Martin Luther King and the March on Washington's, the 50th anniversary of it. And I remember being outside with a substantial crowd of people who came here, saw banners completely around City Hall, projection on the side of City Hall, all of it recognizing the importance of that celebration. And that was, to me, one of the proudest days I've had in Palo Alto and my career at Stanford. So I do want to thank those of you who thought of doing this. This was a surprise to me. And obviously, since I scheduled my classes on Monday mornings, on Monday afternoons. But thank you so much. And thank you so much for everything that you've done. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, if we have any public comments.
One second. Okay. Our first speaker this evening will be Neva Yarkin, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live on Churchill Avenue. My family has owned this property for 60 years. Electric outages last week occurred all over the Bay Area. Before Palo Alto decides to change from gas to electricity, it is important to think about electric outages, overloading the electric grid, updating older houses, and other problems that
Ms.
may
Yarkin?
arise.
Are you speaking on the proclamations or are you speaking on general public comment?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. It said
sorry.
number one. So we're talking on proclamations.
So
I'm
sorry.
so sorry.
She called my name.
I'm so sorry. I did. You were right. It was a misunderstanding. I'm so sorry.
So we're right now
Okay.
taking public comments for proclamations to community leaders in honor of Black History Month, item number 1.
Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Aram James.
Great job tonight to the City Council for honoring so many distinguished African Americans in the Palo Alto community. I had the good fortune of practicing for a lot of years in LaDoris Cordell's courtrooms. And I can tell you this, that back at the time that I was a public defender and she was a judge, it wasn't an easy job for her. There was a horrible bias by many of the white male judges at the time to try to silence her and to chill her extraordinary abilities on the bench, but it didn't work. Did not work. It was also a safe haven for public defenders to go to, where we knew if we were sent to other judges, it was going to be often a very, very hard job to obtain even a minimal amount of justice for our clients. When we went to Judge Cordell to advocate for our Black and brown and poor clients, and I spent approximately 25 years as a public defender, so it wasn't often where we had a safe haven, and Judge Cordell provided that for our clients. She listened, she ruled carefully, she took in the consideration the race and the poverty of our clients. I remember when, and somebody, Judge Cordell can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was a brilliant job where 2 young white males were convicted of planting a burning cross on an African-American home. I don't remember what city it was in. Judge Cordell could have easily justified a jail sentence. But what did she do? She took it upon herself to sentence those young men to have to complete, and I thought it was brilliant, an African-American studies class and write essays on the subject. So then rather than being punitive that she could have easily have been, she turned it into a stellar moment, a stellar moment. On the sad side, I saw Ladoris struggle on the city council and wasn't honored with being either the vice mayor or the mayor, when certainly she could have done an extraordinary job in those positions. Either was Hillary Freeman, who was also an extraordinary Black woman on the city council. And even Roy Clay, who you honored tonight, only made it twice to the position of vice mayor. We've yet to have a Black mayor in this city. So as Ladoris and as Loretta Green and Claiborne Carson have all said, we've gone a distance and we have a whole lot further to go. And that includes this City of Palo Alto Council. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Karen Holman.
I know you want to get to photos, so I've got just, I think, 2 sentences to say. I sincerely thank the council and the staff for setting aside this time to honor these really remarkable people, their accomplishments and commitment to fairness and justice. My larger hope is that we as a people and as a community will evolve such that we will be celebrating and rejoicing in each other simply because we are. So I think you want to do some photos.
That ends public comments, and we'll invite the recipients to the dais. Okay, now we'll go to agenda changes, addition and deletions. I don't believe we have any.
And we have no changes.
Very good, thank you. Now we go to public comments on items not on the agenda. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Neva Yarkin, you're invited to come back up, and I apologize, I put your name on the wrong list last time.
Okay, so I'll start over. Electric outages last week occurred all over the Bay Area. Before Palo Alto decides to change from gas to electricity, it is important to think about electric outages, overloading the electric grid, updating older houses, and other problems that may arise from this conversion. To support the heat pump system, an older house would first need to update their electric panel. My house, to replace the electric panel from 100 amps to 200 amps, would be about $7,000 to $9,000. A ballpark figure for a heat pump could be around $10,000. So for my house, upgrading my electric panel, adding a heat pump could be around a total of $20,000. Will everyone in the city be able to financially afford this? Citizens want to know dollar amounts. And when I called the city 2 weeks ago regarding costs of heat pumps, they couldn't answer these questions. I'm not an expert on heat pumps or electricity, but there are plenty of people in Palo Alto who could share their knowledge of this subject matter. Before Palo Alto makes a final decision on changing all gas appliances to electric, please consider all these issues that I've stated above. I appreciate your time and consideration on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Bruce Grimes.
By the way, just so you know, you might want to change it online. It still says 5 minutes. So if you go online and look at the council, but anyway, that's cool. What I want to talk about is the weather and how that impacts a lot of people, not just the people who, like all of us, have higher utility bills, but the people that are unhoused, are on the streets, that are freezing, they're getting wet and getting ill. I think, if I can go back to my notes here, the subtitle of Ladoris's book, What Works, What's Broken, and How to Fix It. That's what I'm here to find out. Not necessarily tonight, because I only got about, what, probably 2.5 minutes left. But I'd like to find out from you, any one of you, who to speak with, who is on board, who is in charge, hopefully, of letting all of us in Palo Alto, both in houses and outside of houses, know what sort of plan you may have, which I hope that you've put together to deal with the people that are unhoused. To me, in the 40 years that I've lived here, I've seen this issue passed on from council to council to council, from person to person. And when I read that a man named Gene, who I don't know, posted on Nextdoor, which I hope some of you, one of you at least, has seen in the past 5-7 days, that police have rousted homeless people. I don't know. I'll believe it. He seemed like a very rational gentleman, and did not escort them in some fashion or give them options as to where they could go from where they were. I have to believe that Palo Alto is a really humane community. I know when I worked on saving the Varsity Theater, 25, 30 years ago with a group of other people, making sure it wouldn't be torn down, making sure it would become a historical landmark, and that one of our major developers in this town wouldn't get his way, but the community would win out. I think this community can too. And we have to keep in mind, I'm not sure how much time I have. Oh, good. A little anecdote that just happened a couple of days ago. We have a picture in our mind of those that don't have housing. I had one, at least I do. And I was in a community center in Los Altos. And 5 of us were in the meeting, and a woman walked in the room, looked very well dressed, looked like somebody, to be totally frank, that could be working at Bloomingdale's in cosmetics, except wearing a green top instead of a white top over black. Very soft-spoken, and she looked at each of us and said, "Does anybody have a car I can sleep in tonight?" Still shakes me up when I hear that. And if you'd seen this person who didn't fit the stereotype that every one of you and every one of us has of the homeless, it would have shaken you up too. So before I leave, or you have my email, let me know who I can talk to try to help solve this huge problem. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roker Smith. Did I spell that? I'm sorry if I spelled that incorrectly.
My printing is very bad. It's Roger
Okay,
Smith.
thank you.
I'm a 60-year resident of Palo Alto, and thank you all for your hard work and really appreciate it. And welcome to the 3 new members to the council. I'm so pleased to see the new organization chart for the city with the residents on the top. And I think that is just a great way to think about what we're doing. The city prides itself on trying to provide great service. I have an idea to give better service and reduce city staff time. I was at Foothill Preserve last Sunday, a true jewel of our community. It took a while to enter the gate with 8 cars waiting to pay the fee. My idea, reduce the entrance fee from $6 to $5. The advantage for the staff would be they don't have to deal with $1 bills. They don't have to find them, get them, store them, and deal with them. The advantage for the clients, the customers, the visitors, is that pay with cash wouldn't have to get a lot of $1 bills, giving them a better experience, better customer service, and with less wait time to get into the park. I have a check made out to the city of Palo Alto for $3,000 to cover the next 3,000 cars that will come into the park preserve with the lower entrance fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stimmis. That's very generous. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean Buttrell.
I'm Gene Buttrell. I'm a Pali 87, and I just came back from Asia a couple of years ago with my son Lee so he could graduate Pali 24. It's been a tough time. I've been trying to find ways to engage in the community, and I've been doing that through the food closet and also just getting out in the streets and getting to know the unhoused people in Palo Alto. I would ask for 2 things tonight, and I'll keep it short and easy, and I hope that we can keep discussing these points. The first thing is I would strongly urge the council to take a very careful look at Adam Greenberg, Greenburg. He had his tents and his rocks and all of his personal belongings taken from outside the Sheraton last week. And that's one of the things I posted on Nextdoor about. I'm sure you guys can find the chain and the comments. Take a look at that. When I look at that, I think of, is this about Palo Alto being inhumane, or is it just complete incompetence? And as you review that fact pattern, and please do get it right, think to yourself, is this just our inhumanity or is this our incompetence? I would like to invite the city council to pass a resolution not on the agenda, go ahead and pass it tonight, to say that Palo Alto will take reasonable steps, reasonable measures, we can lawyer the language, to prevent unhoused people from dying on the streets of Palo Alto. I invite you to discuss that measure.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Jennifer Landesman.
Thank you both to Mr. Grimes and Mr. Buttrell for standing up so eloquently for our unhoused. And I did read the post on Nextdoor that suggested that our police were rousting the unhoused and not taking them from their tents or outdoor locations to a better location. I don't know also whether it's true or not, but certainly if it is, it's shameful. Shameful. Now, January 30th, city council meeting, there was an extraordinarily unprofessional outburst against me, out of order, during city manager comments by Ed Chicada. I've yet to receive a phone call from him or a written apology. The only person on the council that stood up for me is Greg Tanaka, and I appreciate that, Greg. Unfortunately, Pat Burt's not here, so he can't hear my pre-planned remarks, but I have a nickname for him now. It's just called Pat Microaggression Burt. I read in the papers about the comments that he made regarding Julie Lithcott Hames request that she be allowed to eat after a very, very, very long day. And his comment was, and that there might be, Ms. Julie Lithcott Hames, amendment to the municipal code so that people could do that after long, long hours. Maybe people have an illness when they're on there, some reason. And his outburst, it sounds like to me, was, oh, that's not on the agenda. My comment, and Ms. Julie Lithcott Hames is a much kinder, much more eloquent speaker than I could ever imagine to be, wouldn't say something like this. But I would have said, you know what, it's now on the agenda, I need to eat. And I would have added MF on the back end of that. I think it's a microaggression. I think he wants to beat down Julie Lithcott Hames in whatever way he can so she won't be the next female mayor in this city. Little microaggressions. So I've nicknamed him Pat Microaggressions Bert. I think it's incumbent on this council to meet and have a training session on implicit bias. Same thing applies to the vice mayor. He made outrageous comments about Greg Tanaka, had no problem reading proclamations for African American History Month. But boy, oh boy, was he quick, fast, in a hurry to step over a brown person so he could get ahead. A person of color, let me amend that. And finally, I'm not quite sure. I live in an Eichler and I'm very proud of Joseph Eichler, but I don't know how he ended up on Black History Month. Seems to me that should have been a Jewish History Month. So there you go for tonight.
Okay, our next speaker is Jennifer Landisman.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Just want to say what amazing proclamations tonight. My comment is the following. At your priorities retreat, you decided that you were going to vote on specific objectives for the 4 priorities that you continued from 2022. On the 6th, you voted to instead decide on staff work plans. I think everyone can agree that an objective is something like what one of my neighbors suggested in an email to you: reduce the risk of flooding from SF Creek by 50% in 12 months and 100% in 24 months. Whereas a work plan is more appropriate for project management tasks. You could call this rolling up your sleeves in an office, but you are elected representatives, and we count on you to make decisions about objectives. I suggest that you please stick to the plan to have objectives and not to conflate staff's work plan with your role of representing us. Staff's current work plan for airplane noise, by the way, never received this body's vetting or direction, as there have been no council actions on this issue in over 2 years. Instead, we could use an objective that includes your being, for example, an effective representative in the intergovernmental responsibilities that only you have. These are not nice to haves, but responsibilities that you may not even be aware that this body has already voted on, and it's up to you to exert council's privilege. Reading today that Palo Alto Airport is speeding up plans for electric planes, a distraction from the airport's real pollution footprint by saying, look over here, we are green. It seems like staff runs the public agenda more than council or residents, because without having to fill out any surveys or show up at meetings, the city's airport venture is in the papers today and on the agenda next week. Cutting in line as a priority while, SFO and next gen noise is being neglected. I'm not proud of how this says that the city is prioritizing machines over the health of residents and neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker is Rebecca Ward.
Good evening. The city has as a 2023 priority community health and safety, which was carried over from 2022. Councilmember Ed Lowing called health and safety an extremely high priority, a fundamental obligation of the local government. The first issue I'd like to bring up is safety. Last week, my catalytic converter was stolen on a well-lit neighborhood street in Palo Alto. My husband's catalytic converter was stolen last year in Palo Alto, also on a well-lit neighborhood street. A UPS box was broken into in broad daylight in front of the post office on Cambridge Ave. My package was among those stolen. According to reported statistics, a Palo Alto resident's chances of becoming a victim of a property crime is well above the median for California and substantially above the national median. This body needs to address the incidence of property crime. The second issue I would like to address is related to health. As I have brought to the attention of the council numerous times, airplane noise has serious health consequences. I don't think this body understands the health impact of 3 routes of concentrated SFO traffic converging low over large parts of the city. This traffic includes 747 cargo planes cutting low across Palo Alto in the middle of the night. The data on health impact is clear. Multiple studies have demonstrated the adverse effects of exposure to aircraft noise on health, such as annoyance, sleep disturbance, cardiovascular diseases, and alteration of cognitive performances among children. Furthermore, the fuel burning technology that has made jet aircraft more fuel efficient in recent years also produces smaller particles than before. Aircraft engine emissions are a significant source of ultrafine particles. Aircraft emission studies have shown that these particles are particularly dangerous because they can cross biological boundaries, entering the circulatory system due to their extremely small size. Jet noise and pollution are not inconvenience. They are serious health issues that the city and council have failed to address. In 2023, the council needs to apply resources to neglected community health and safety priorities, a fundamental obligation of the local government. Thank you.
And that's our last request to speak.
Thank you. We'll move to our consent calendar. Is there any public comments?
There appears to be no request to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I don't see any lights from any council members. So can I get a motion to move the consent calendar? Oh, Councilmember Tanaka, is that for
Yeah, consent, no on 3.
no on 3? Okay. Can I get a motion now?
So moved.
Second.
A second.
Oh, Councilmember Julie Lifcut Haynes seconded.
This is the vote.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're still getting the second for the council member.
I was not the second. It was Councilmember Vinker.
Okay, Councilmember Vinker, I'm sorry.
And so who moved it? I'm so sorry.
So Vice Mayor Stone moved and Councilmember Vinker seconded.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt, are you there? Nope, he's just listening.
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you, sir. Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on 2, 4, and 5, and 6-1 on item 3.
Thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on number 3?
Yes, thank you. And if the clerk let me share my screen, I'd really appreciate it. Okay, hopefully you guys can see my screen soon. Okay. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay. So over the past few months, I think we're all aware of the massive layoffs we've had in the private sector. Virtually every major tech company has had layoffs, from the almighty Google to Facebook to Microsoft, to just about any company you could think of. In fact, I just got an email from the mayor letting me know about Rivian Automotive, which has 4 sites in Palo Alto. They gave us a warn notice, which they're mandated to do, letting us know that 476 families are being impacted. At the same time, we are dealing with sky-high utility bills. I know a lot of families, including my own, are having to deal with utility bills that are in the thousands. And how do we make ends meet trying to pay for that? In the private sector, we don't have raises this year. There are layoffs. In fact, a lot of families have lower compensation because in the tech sector, a lot of your comp is based on stock, and stocks are down a lot. Now let's look at the average Palo Alto family. So this is from the US Census, United States Census for 2021. And it shows the average family is about $194,000. So this is the average family. That means, and most families in Palo Alto, 2 people have to work. So that's really like $99,000 per working person in Palo Alto. Now let's look at the people, the 4 lucky people. Okay, these 4 people here, and what is their compensation? So average. Oh shoot, I missed it. I screwed it up. Okay, but anyways, it was $411,000 for salary and benefits, and then another $19K for pension cost. So this is double the household income of a Palo Alto family, or 4 times the average individual. And the vote here to increase compensation by $108,000 each a year is, in my mind, unconscionable. In a private sector, managers usually aren't unionized. Usually unions are there to help those on the bottom. In fact, my dad, he never finished high school. He was part of a union, and it was incredibly helpful to my family. And it's usually targeted for those that need the help the most. And typically the managers don't get time and a half as well, but this is giving them time and a half, so 50% more pay. And I really have to question whether this is the best use of money. So the $790,000 plus the $430,000 of ongoing cost, could that not have been used to help maybe some of those unhoused, those that are freezing during this winter? Or perhaps helping to reduce some of the crime that was mentioned earlier. But to me, I just wonder where our priorities are when we are giving such high compensation, not just high compensation, but increasing the compensation by so much. Right? If you take 108K divided by 430K, that's like over 20%, like 25, 26%. I don't think anyone in the private sector is getting a 26% bump in comp. And I realize this is a combination of benefits and raises and whatnot, but still, it's a lot of money. And I just wonder where our priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, we are ready for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate let's see, again, request, I guess Councilmember Tanaka may need to give up the screen in order to move on to the next item, unless the city clerk's able to control that. Yeah, again, with respect to Councilmember Tanaka's comments, I would just note for the public's awareness, the council's aware of this, that the action just included in the consent calendar is really pursuant to the city's imperative to continue to provide effective recruitment and retention, in particular for key positions such as these battalion chiefs, which are responsible for 24/7, 365 command of our fire and EMS response teams throughout the city, and that the compensation changes requested and just approved by the council are really specifically intended to address that need. So with that, let me ask the city clerk to move on to the next slide. Perhaps noting this moment in time, at the end of February, we will end the state of emergency in the state of California, and reflected with the county of Santa Clara as well. As such, the mass vaccination and testing locations are currently in the process of closing down, and that from this point forward, COVID-19 issues will be addressed through ongoing health providers for individuals, as well as through the County of Santa Clara for those who'd like to use the services of the county. And just simply here noting, it's been 3 years, pretty remarkable to think about that at this particular moment in time. And again, moving to what we had always somewhat conceptually thought of as the new normal and living with COVID. So here we are. And really want to thank all community members, the City Council in particular, for your leadership over the last several years in responding to this state of emergency. And we move forward. So with that, we've got a few related notes in the upcoming slides. So next slide, please. Part of our recovery and moving into a new day of public transport here in Palo Alto. As of next week, March 7th, this new Palo Alto Link on-demand service will be operational. We have here in that blue banner a bookmark that we'd like people to note. It's the cityofpaloalto.org/Palo Alto link. The reason we ask you to make note of that is that this web page will be operational as of Wednesday, March 1st. So as of that date, we'll have additional information on how to sign up, reserve, or request a ride, and to get all of the particulars on the app download and other means of accessing the service going forward. Would note that for the first month, that's from March 7th through April 7th, the rides will be free. So it'll be interesting to see how the community responds to that new resource. And then as of April 7th, the fare will kick in. So we look forward to the information that this will provide for needs and priorities for travel throughout the city over the upcoming 18 months. It's the anticipated pilot time period, and additional information will be brought back to the council as this pilot proceeds. Next slide, please. Okay, then a few upcoming opportunities for input and engagement with the city. First off, just to note that the board and commission recruitment ends tomorrow. I know we've received many applications, but the formal deadline is tomorrow. So if you're thinking about it on the fence, here's the last opportunity to put an application in to participate in our many boards and commissions that are operating throughout the city. Then on Wednesday of this week, this is March 1st at 6 p.m. across the street at the downtown library, we'll have an in-person workshop related to the city's University Avenue Streetscape project. And so members of the community are welcome and invited to participate in person there, one step in a multi-stage engagement, as well as a design effort that our public works staff is leading. And again, that's Wednesday, 6 p.m. across the street at the downtown library. And then finally, note another project that City Council has discussed, a recreational wellness center, also known as a gym. That meeting and workshop will happen on next Tuesday on March 7th at 6:30 p.m. at the Mitchell Park Community Center. Information on all of these are available on our homepage, as well as some specific web pages shown here. Next slide, please. Then coming up this weekend, the annual Palo Alto Arts Center Family Day. And this one will use the theme of both Arbor Day and the current ongoing exhibit Underwater. I think it is expected to rain and continue to rain this week, so hopefully not too far underwater, but good opportunity for some indoor activities at Palo Alto Arts Center from 2 to 4:30 p.m. on Sunday, March 5th, with a variety of age-appropriate activities and art-related activities and engagement with environmental nonprofits as well. So sounds like a great way to spend a perhaps rainy Sunday afternoon. Next slide, please. And then also, as noted, with the change over in the end of the state of emergency, one item I forgot to acknowledge earlier is that our weekly Uplift Local newsletter, which has for the last several months and perhaps longer been amplified through our public safety Nixle alerts. We're no longer going to be using the Nixle alert to do that amplification. So instead, if you're looking for the Uplift Local newsletter, you will need to subscribe to it. One of the elements we're now including in that weekly newsletter is notice of open positions with the city of Palo Alto. So that's one of the channels that we want to ensure that Palo Alto residents are aware of open positions as they come up, including ongoing recruitments for summer camp counselors for anyone who might be interested in that, to engineers, accountants, and a variety of other career paths. So we've got many ways to access those positions, the postings of the positions, Uplift Local being one of them, but also our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/careers. Next slide, please. And then finally, just to reiterate some upcoming agendas, we wanted to provide a little detail on the next 3 meetings, and then just to highlight that more information will be coming as we get closer on further outdates. But next week, we've got the study session on the Palo Alto Airport, and also a discussion of the ordinance relating to or regulating firearms in sensitive places. The week after, on March 13th, a discussion of parklets, next steps, as well as the economic development study session. We are allocating some extra time for that study session, understanding the level of interest in that topic, and then also a pre-screening for a proposed development at 2901 to 2905 Middlefield Road. Then the following week, on March 20th, update on our efforts around community engagement and further discussion on the council's procedures and protocols. Then a number of other items that I know folks are looking forward to in later into the end of March and into April. And with that, I believe that ends my slides. Back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager Sakata. Now we're going to take on the action items. Would you take a question?
Sure.
Councilmember Lowry.
Just a couple quick ones. First, who did you say was going to host the meeting at the library about the downtown?
Oh, that is staff is hosting. This is a meeting on the University Avenue Streetscape project.
But
and
which departments?
Public Works is
Okay,
the lead.
that's
on
what I thought you said, but I just want to make sure. And then secondly, somebody has to bring back the rest of the council objectives.
Yes.
Get that finished up.
That is.
I think that's on your plate as opposed to our policy and services. So, but I'd like to know.
That is correct. We have not yet set a date on that. So we'll be getting back to you with that detail.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go to action items, and we're going to start with item 6, which is a public hearing, objections to weed abatement and adoption of a resolution ordering weed nuisance abated. Does staff have a presentation?
Yeah, let me have our staff just make sure we're in the correct positions. Good to go.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Tammy Jasso. I'm the Fire Marshal. Thank you for having me. Since 1977, the City of Palo Alto has contracted with the Santa Clara County Department of Agriculture and Environmental Management to remove weeds in its efforts to mitigate potential fire safety hazards by using minimum fire safety standards to increase public safety. On December 19th, the council adopted a resolution that declared weeds to be a nuisance and ordered the abatement of that nuisance. This hearing allows all those affected and listed on the county's 2022 Weed Abatement Program Commencement Report to be heard and have their objections and comments considered by the council before council orders the abatement of those weeds in the city. The county Weed Abatement Manager, Mo Kumre, is with us on Zoom, and he can further explain the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kumre. Hello.
Excuse me. Yes, my name is Mo Cumry. I'm the Weed Abatement Manager for Santa Clara County. This is an annual process. It's step 2 in a 3-step process. You've already declared weeds, brush, and rubbish a public nuisance. Tonight, you will hear objections, and after passing this resolution with any changes necessary, you will approve this department going out to do our inspections to determine that properties are in compliance. And for those that are not in compliance, to bring them into compliance at the expense of the property owners. We will then come back to you in sometime between late June and early August to hear the assessment report, which is where they have the chance to contest any fees being assessed. With that, I'm open to answer any specific questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cumberry. Councilmember Lowing? No, no. Okay, that was an old light. Thank you. I don't see any lights, so I'm gonna open it for public hearing. Are there any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Ms. Mayor, we have one speaker. No, just one. Mr. Arthur Lieberman, if you'd like to make your comments. Oh, so I'm sorry, that's item 7, not item 6. You have no speakers for this item. And just for the record, he just put his hand down. Okay, 1 second, we do have one speaker. Mr. Aram James, you can unmute and make your comments.
I thought item number 5 was also a action item. Am I wrong on that?
Item number 5 was on the consent agenda.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, and for the record, Madam Mayor, we did not receive any written communication or protest regarding the item.
Thank you. And with that, public hearing is closed. So is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Would you like to call the votes, please, Madam? I almost called you Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Clerk.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor Koo, sorry, before we move on to the next item, I was remiss in not acknowledging, I believe this is our first appearance by our new Fire Marshal, Tammy Jasso, with our City Council. So with that, just want to acknowledge that milestone, and with a unanimous approval, no less. Don't get used to it. Fire Marshal Jasso.
Nice to meet you. Congratulations. And with that, we're going to go to our next action item, number 7, Parks and Recreation Commission recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 22.04.220, to regulate electric bicycles and electric coasting devices in parks and open spaces. This was pulled from the consent January 23rd, 2020 calendar. Do we have a staff report? Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, good evening. I'm Darren Anderson. I'm with Community Services Department. And with me this evening presenting via Zoom is the Chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, Jeff Greenfield, who will be helping with the presentation. And we'll give you a brief update and presentation on the PRC, the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendation for an ordinance and regulation pertaining to e-bikes and other electric powered coasting devices in open space and parks. In the interest of time, I'll move kind of rapidly through some of my slides and give more time for the Chair Greenfield to talk about the specifics of the PRC thinking and recommendation. The current state law now allows e-bikes on all trails and paths unless prohibited by local ordinance. The California Vehicle Code defines 3 classes of e-bikes based on maximum speed and throttle assist versus pedal assist. Now, due to that state law, all e-bikes are presently allowed on Palo Alto open space and park trails, with the exception of Foothills Nature Preserve, where no bikes are allowed, conventional or electric. Developing an e-bike and electric conveyances policy was added to the PRC work plan because of the growing popularity of e-bikes and other electric-powered coasting devices, the lack of a city policy to address their use, and the change in state e-bike laws that changed the city's regulation that had previously prohibited their use. And starting in March of 2022, the PRC Ad Hoc Committee began working on the recommendation for an e-bike policy. The PRC identified several important factors to consider when developing a policy: environmental and ecological impacts, public safety, and all the other important items listed on this slide. The PRC attempted to create a policy that was easy to understand, compatible with regional policies, consistent with the city's sustainability goals, and strikes a balance between accessibility and environmental protection and stewardship. The policy is separated into 3 different areas: one for parks, one for open space, and one that pertains to both. Let's look at the parks policy. All e-bikes, that's class 1, 2, and 3, are allowed on the paved and unpaved trails in parks and prohibited in other areas like playgrounds and tennis courts. The other electric-powered coasting devices would be allowed also on the paved and unpaved trails in parks. For open space, all e-bikes, that's class 1, 2, and 3, would be allowed on the paved roads and trails, but not allowed in the unpaved sections. And other electric-powered coasting devices would be allowed on the paved roads and trails, specifically at the Baylands Nature Preserve, but not allowed in the other open space preserves, Foothills Nature Preserve, Pearson Restadero, et cetera. And for the sections that pertain to both open space and parks, it's really the existing speed regulation, and that limits e-bikes, other electric powered coasting devices, and regular bikes to 15 miles per hour or 5 miles per hour when passing. The PRC researched e-bike policies from several neighboring agencies. Locally, there's mixed support for e-bike use with varying restrictions. One of the local agencies that has done a significant amount of work on their e-bike policy is Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. And part of the Mid-Pen analysis included various surveys and studies related to a 1-year pilot program of Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes on improved multi-use trails in Rancho San Antonio and Ravenswood preserves. And in the summer of 2022, Mid-Pen updated their e-bike policy, prohibiting e-bike access in all their trails, with the exception of those 2 in their pilot program. So that's both at Rancho San Antonio and Ravenswood, where class 1 and 2 e-bikes are allowed on those limited improved trails. And in making this decision, the Mid-Pen board had cited their mission as part of the reason: preserve, protect, restore, and enjoy. And they highlighted a few reasons that really resonated with the PRC ad hoc. And that was protection of natural resources, preservation of the opportunity for tranquil nature study and observation, avoidance of significant user conflicts, as well as noting the differences between open space preserves, more environmentally sensitive, versus urban parks. The board also pointed out the e-bikes differ from conventional bikes in that some bat species may be impacted by the noise from e-bikes, and that e-bikes allow riders to go farther into preserves. And they concluded that allowing e-bikes would most likely lean towards more bikes on trails, more impacts further into preserves. And they noted that technology is evolving quickly. E-bikes are going to get more affordable and more powerful. The Parks and Rec Commission also consulted with the Palo Alto transportation staff to get their feedback on the draft policy. And transportation staff said they've observed a marked increase in the growth of e-bike use, particularly on school campuses where they believe that trend will continue. They recommend basing an e-bike restrictions on speed and safe biking behavior rather than the classification of a given bicycle, partly due to the challenge in discerning differences between the different classes of bike. More and more, they are very difficult to distinguish. They also highlighted the importance of allowing e-bike use on park trails to support students and parents using e-bikes to get to school. The PRC ad hoc met with the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, or PAYBAC. This is with the chair and vice chair and an e-bike subcommittee several times. PAYBAC also reviewed the draft PRC policy on the November 1st, 2022 meeting. And at that meeting, they recommend deferring sending any recommendation to council until the release of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, which is due out in somewhere between 18 and 24 months. They passed a motion saying they did not approve of the draft policy, and they formed an e-bike subcommittee to continue to work on this issue with the Parks and Rec Commission ad hoc. The ad hoc met with that subcommittee several times, working on the issue and listening and learning from them. We got to the point where PAYBAC supports all but one element of the PRC's recommendation. The exception is that PAYBAC supports allowing e-bikes on the wide, unpaved trails at the Baylands Nature Preserve. PAYBAC agrees that e-bikes shouldn't be allowed at foothills or Pearson Rastradero, but feels that Baylands should be treated differently because many of the trails are very wide and flat, like the Adobe Creek Loop Trail. This is a map of the Baylands Nature Preserve trail map, and on the white lines, those are the paved sections, and then the dotted white lines are the unpaved trails. And this next map makes it pop out just a little greater. So in this one, it's the blue lines represent the paved sections where e-bikes would be allowed in Baylands, and the red, the unpaved sections of trails where e-bikes would be excluded. And there is a connection between the red lines and our slightly more environmentally sensitive areas of the Baylands. This next map, this is the Bay Trail map. And the dark green line is the paved trails and the light green lines are the unpaved trails. Most of the bicycle commuting has been observed to be on the paved section of Bay Trail, and the PRC noted that the e-bikes could travel on the paved section of Bay Trail from the Friendship Bridge, which is up and to the left part of the map, all the way down Embarcadero, East Bay Shore Road, and eventually connecting with Mountain View Shoreline Park. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to PRC Chair Jeff Greenfield.
Please unmute Chair Greenfield.
Thank you. That'll help. Thank you, Assistant. Thank you, Darren. Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening on behalf of the Parks and Rec Commission. I am joined this evening by PRC Ad Hoc Commissioners Shani Kleinhaus and Nellis Freeman, who are available to answer questions. This has been a challenging project to work on for close to a year now. New e-bike models continue to hit the market. E-bike usage and popularity continues to increase. Inevitably, this has led to genuine passionate support for competing priorities like transportation corridors versus enjoyment of nature, or community recreation versus habitat and wildlife protection, et cetera. Balancing these conflicting goals ultimately requires difficult decisions and compromise. Along with staff, the PRC Ad Hoc and Commission has taken a thorough and thoughtful approach in recommending an e-bike policy to directly address a gap in our Muni Code. Next slide, please. I want to thank community members for your valuable feedback during this process, and a special thanks goes to staff, PAYBAC, and MidPen for their advice and collaboration. I want to go over key goals and findings that serve as the basis for the commission recommendation. Starting off, keep the policy uncomplicated and easy to understand. This is important for staff to be able to communicate, educate, and enforce. and important for cyclists and pedestrians to understand and to encourage community compliance and support. A policy with carve-outs for different e-bike classes is neither practical nor enforceable. A lot of this has just been a learning process as we've gone along. Uniform policies for all paved and unpaved trails at parks and also at our preserves helps keep things unambiguous. We've got to be realistic about what can be asked of current staff resources, especially our open space rangers and staff. We've got to recognize our current lack of sufficient education and communication about the speed limits and general etiquette at our preserves, both for e-bikes and bicycles. This can be improved with updates to our web pages, kiosks, and signage. And we've discussed this with Payback and look forward to their help in addressing this gap. The commission opted to prioritize recreation and connectivity at our parks. This is a compromise from the direction we had been heading, emphasizing safe commute routes to schools and providing local places for kids to ride e-bikes. E-bikes must have access to the Bay Trail Regional Commuter Corridor without question. And natural environment stewardship is prioritized at our open space preserves. This is consistent with the fundamental philosophy of a preserve and with the regional e-bike policy that MidPen adopted. It's important to understand that our existing e-bike policy is a significant change from the de facto policy of just a few months ago when e-bikes were not allowed effectively on unpaved trails at our OSPs. This significant policy shift places a burden on both staff and our community, and the true impacts to sensitive natural areas really aren't known. Given all this, the commission strongly advises that we move forward deliberately with the recommendation that we've offered to you. The commission did discuss the potential merits of a pilot e-bike access program. And after considerable discussion, this was not recommended due to the lack of clarity and the complexity of impact measurement and the success criteria for a pilot. Other significant factors included limited staff resources and the reality that taking away e-bike access after it's allowed is very difficult. We considered allowing e-bike access on the unpaved Baylands Adobe Creek Loop Trail. This was not recommended for a variety of reasons. Allowing e-bikes on one unpaved path, but not other adjacent unpaved paths, complicates community understanding and enforcement. And the gap in the community education that I mentioned about bike rules and etiquette is a factor here. And finally, unlike our neighbors, Palo Alto has a long history of supporting its Baylands. At this point, benefit of the doubt is given to preserving this true city treasure. Next slide, please. So what's next? This section can be thought of as a recommendation on what to task the PRC with in its next work plan. We need to continue to monitor and assess the use of new e-bike and other electric device technologies and their use, and track the policy updates of neighboring cities and jurisdictions. We need to continue to gather experiential data and track our neighbors' experiences. Adding intercept surveys to interview visitors would be very valuable, but is going to require resources, as does monitoring impacts to even a greater extent. Further analysis could include considering what's required to support e-bikes on some, but not all unpaved trails, recognizing that this would also likely lead to reconsidering access for all bicycles to some unpaved trails where it currently may not be appropriate. Next slide. Finally, again, we appreciate the contributions from community stakeholders and look forward to continuing this collaborative effort. Next slide. Here is the Commission's recommendation to City Council. We provided an overview of the details which are in your packet. We're happy to go over this again in further detail. We hope you'll agree that the PRC recommendation is the right thing to do right now and adopt this policy. We look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is staff report. Thank you, Chair Greenfield and Mr. Anderson. And let's go to public comments, please.
Okay, our very first speaker is Arthur Lieberman in the chamber.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council people. I want to thank Darren Anderson and Jeff Greenfield for having spent a good bit of time speaking with me and my fellow members of the Payback e-bike subcommittee. I think we've made a clarification of where we are, and we support most of what they have presented. However, I have sent several letters, and as my colleagues on our subcommittee have also sent several letters explaining why we think that e-bikes should be allowed on the improved unpaved trails in the Baylands. I won't repeat those reasons here. I certainly understand, as Jeff Greenfield said, that the Parks and Recreation Commission wishes to create a uniform set of regulations for bikes and e-bikes in our open spaces. However, it's quite clear that our open spaces are not uniform. And moreover, the regulations in the Baylands themselves are not uniform. Pedestrians are allowed to bring their dogs on leashes on the Baylands trails, except no dogs are allowed on the trails around the Renzel Ponds in the Baylands. The Emily Wenzel Ponds are an especially sensitive, environmentally vulnerable bird breeding area that those of us on the Payback e-bike group learned from the Parks Commissioner, Shani Kleinhaus. So while bicycles are allowed on the trails there now, the Payback e-bike group is not proposing a trail to using e-bikes on those trails, but rather on the wide, improved trails that are on top of the levees. E-bikes are becoming more and more popular. It's really a transformative technology. They're coming in many sizes and shapes. Even some have come out now that look almost identical to a manual bike with the battery and all of the the motors encapsulated in the frame or in the hub. And so it's going to be very difficult for anybody, a ranger or anybody who's really even schooled in the technology, to be able to tell the difference. So this means that enforcement of regulations of e-bikes is going to be very difficult. And what we've tried to emphasize is that these kind of regulations that you're proposing, and the Parks and Recreation Commission is proposing, will rely on the good sense and the good intention of riders, of people. And people who will want to take care and be respectful of the environmental issues and of the fragile environmental conditions can be reinforced in doing so by the signs at the trailheads and and other reminding signs that are put along the way. I think that's an important issue that needs to be discussed fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, and we'll be cutting off speakers after them, speaker names after Mr. James.
Thank you. You know, I would love to see the e-bikes and the bicycles have specific places for them, but I'll tell you, having walked over the years many times at Bull Park and now and other parks, where even the bike riders will come up without ringing the bell, even though there's signs for them to do it. And being a senior now, with less mobility than I'd like, it's really frightening. And I just don't think that the bicycles and the electric devices, there are some people that are extremely conscientious, but I found that about 70% are not. I know if you were to speak to Molly Stump, you would find out that there's actually been a lot of lawsuits where bicyclists have ran into to hikers and walkers in our local parks. So it can be a very expensive proposition. I have no opposition. It's a general proposition to bike riders or electric bicycles, but I don't think that they can coexist with walkers. I just think there's just too, there's too many times that I've seen them near accidents. So I would highly recommend that we have parks and trails that are specifically designed for e-bikes and bicyclists, and others for pedestrians. I remember years ago being in Venice Beach where they just had a center divider sort of between where bike riders and skaters could go and where walkers could go. And it made tremendous sense to me. So I think we can figure out a way in which to balance the needs for exercise of both types of transportation, pedestrians and bike riders and e-bike riders, without putting people at risk and the city at risk of many, many lawsuits. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie. Connie, are you there? I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Connie, I think we're going to have to come back to you. I'll try you again after Kira. Okay, our next speaker is Kira. You can unmute and speak on the item.
Good evening, and thank you for listening. I have been running on the Bayland levees and trails of Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale for decades, on average 5 days a week. Years ago, there were signs posted that said, "No motorized vehicles beyond this point." An e-bike is motorized, and we need that policy to come back. I've been disturbed by e-bikes and scooters. Zooming by without regard for me, dogs, small children, or wildlife. I've seen birds take off and drop prey because these bikes don't slow down or stop for them. The bikes run with blinding lights on at all hours, and they're very noisy. They may be quiet zipping along on smooth paved roads, but they rattle like crazy on bumpy, unpaved trails. Also, e-bikes and scooters are easily reprogrammed to go much faster than their legal limits. I've done it and undone it on my own street scooter. Regular bikes can go pretty fast, but it's a lot of work to make them go as fast as e-bikes. And most people who pedal bikes in the Baylands are respectful of pedestrians and wildlife. I'd say that e-bikers on the trails as a whole are less so. They have a much higher tendency to be disrespectful, disruptive, and disconnected from their surroundings. There's so little law enforcement presence out on the trails. The only sensible recourse is to limit e-bikes to paved surfaces only. They just don't belong out in the few remaining places we can still commune with nature and where wildlife still has a home in the South Bay. Accessing nature in natural ways does something special. It slows people down and promotes civility, a vital but endangered resource in our community. Please support Park and Rec's recommendation to prohibit e-bikes on unpaved roads and trails, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Connie, you can go ahead and try to unmute. I see you're unmuted, but I still can't hear you. I apologize. We'll try you one more time at the end. Okay, our next speaker is Matthew Daughter.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Daughter, and I'm the Executive Director of Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Our mission is to promote the enjoyment, understanding, and protection of birds through education and conservation, and we've been doing that since 1925. I'd like to express my support for the proposed Baylands Bike Trail map, which limits e-bike use to the paved sections, but I would also like to voice a few concerns. We've seen e-bikes grow in popularity for several years now, and I expect they'll continue to grow in the future. But as they proliferate in numbers, they pose a threat to sensitive wildlife in some of the most fragile areas along the bay and in Bixby Park. The Bayfront and Adobe Creek habitats are the year-round home of Ridgway's rail, an endangered tidal marsh bird, as well as the endangered salt marsh harvest mouse and the geographically isolated common yellowthroat. Additionally, tens of thousands of migrant shorebirds, waterfowl, and a nesting colony of California gulls make their home here and are extremely sensitive to disturbance. The Bixby Park and Mayfield Slough Trail support wintering burrowing owls, many species of hawks, migrant geese and waterfowl, and a variety of resident species, all of which may be displaced by fast-moving motorized bikes, interfering with their foraging and or breeding cycles. As e-bikes become more numerous, pressure will grow to allow these motorized vehicles onto delicate Bayfront and Bixby sections of the map. And we must preserve these critical areas for as long as possible because they support our precious wildlife. I would like to mention as well, anecdotally, that I've heard many accounts from older and slower moving human visitors to these areas who feel at risk when they encounter fast moving e-bikes along the otherwise quiet trails. These areas want a quieter and more relaxed pace. For all these reasons, Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society requests the council approve the Parks and Recreation Committee's recommendation as described in the presentation. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I am Ronnie Fisher, also from the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I urge you to approve the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendations. Palo Alto is unique among cities on the Bay, as this is the only city on the peninsula that preserved bay wetlands for nature. Other cities developed their baylands or allowed them to be used for salt production or water treatment infrastructure. The cost to birds and wildlife has been tremendous, and our society is investing hundreds of millions of dollars to restore wetlands and habitat along the bay and make our bay edge more resilient to sea level rise. The Palo Alto Baylands provide the largest tract of undisturbed marshland remaining in the South San Francisco Bay. This is the result of luminaries working to protect these fragile ecosystems. Lucy Evans, Harriet Mundy, Emily Renzel, Florence LaRiviere, and other luminaries understood the value of preservation and balance. The PRC recommendations are sound and that they balance access and recreation with the protection of fragile ecosystems, endangered species, and the enjoyment of nature by the community. Habitat needs protection. However, e-bikes and other assisted mobility devices increase environmental harm in ways that may not be obvious to humans. Migratory birds may lose precious feeding time flying away from perceived threats and spending time on vigilance instead of feeding and resting. Birds may not nest in areas where they perceive threats, or birds fly away from their nests, exposing eggs and their young to predation and overexposure to the sun's heat. Faster moving objects, such as e-bikes, are more threatening to birds than slower threats, such as pedestrians. Furthermore, many of our senior members cannot safely share the trails with assisted mobility devices. Please prohibit electronic bikes and assisted mobility devices on all unpaved trails, including the Baylands, and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Penny Elson, a Payback member and a Bay Trails hiker. I thank the Parks and Recreation Commission for eliminating their original proposal to ban e-bikes from in-town park trails that serve as off-road school routes for families. There is remaining disagreement regarding e-bike use on the Bay Trails. The proposed ban of e-bikes from unpaved bay trails seems excessive, as it's unclear that a ban is necessary. Environmental studies offered as evidence of possible harm are not conclusive. The studied hilly environs and bird bat varieties are very different from the Bay Trails scenario. Please read the studies and consider how sound was measured, where, and why. These details matter. Current policy allows bikes and e-bikes on the Bay Trails. The ban would be a significant change. Some of the unpaved bay trails are essentially roads for motorized vehicles, heavy motorized vehicles, trucks. Some of these roads exceed 17 feet in width. For example, the Adobe Creek Loop Trail at 17 plus feet greatly exceeds the 12-foot standard width for multi-use trails and also exceeds Palo Alto's higher standard of 15 feet for comfortable and safe width for people who share space walking and biking. Further, given that these roads are designed for much heavier vehicles, it is unlikely e-bikes will impact these roads more than trucks. Please consider the needs of aging people who want to stay active and parents who carry young children on e-bikes who say the proposed ban will prevent them from enjoying bicycling in the Baylands. Instead of rushing to ban e-bikes, please consider a one-year trial of regulating e-bikes, providing signed speed limits, rules for yielding right-of-way, and guidance about courteous and environmentally sensitive behavior. This seems like a sensible first step. Though we should certainly allow e-bikes on unpaved trails that are functionally roads, council might consider restricting e-bike use on narrower and more sensitive trail areas. And finally, if the city is going to require people to leave their bikes behind, it will be very important to provide sufficient, secure bike parking at trailheads. As a person who bikes to the Baylands to walk, availability of secure bike parking has often been a problem for me. Thank you very much for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I'd like to give a little bit different perspective. I am an older adult and I do a lot of walking around town. And I've noticed that bike riding on city sidewalks is becoming more and more common as our roads become more crowded. And frequently young people getting out of school are on these sidewalks and they are riding faster in terms of getting home sooner. And I don't think they realize how frightening it is to come flying by as I'm walking down the street. And I think that if you allowed the e-bikes onto the trails, young people get excited and would want to speed. And I think that it's a very problematic situation unless you're going to hire a lot of rangers to supervise, and that would be a daily occurrence. So I'd like to support the ban at this point or the recommendations by the Parks and Rec Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I represent the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. I believe each of you, I know I sent by email to each of you a copy of a letter which did not show up in the packet, but was sent directly to you as an attachment. The Citizens Committee wanted to bring up a number of points. And first of all, I want to thank the Parks and Rec Commission and the staff for the work they did in preparing the recommendation that is here tonight. We support that recommendation and we appreciate all of the work that went into preparing it. So I thank you all. I want to speak to something that Penny Elson referred to. One of the things that we mentioned in our letter was that SFEI had done a study for Mid-Peninsula Open Space District for e-bikes and had drawn the conclusion that there was really very scant literature that measures the impacts of e-bikes at all, the most being in urban areas, but certainly the minimum being in any open space environments. So that is for the science is that we just don't have all the data yet. And the other point is in the matter of noise, which Penny referred to, that study was also FBI found, and we found is it's the only example of testing e-bikes for noise, because humans think e-bikes are silent. But when you put meters on them at near and far, you get the high and the high pitch and the low pitch sounds that humans don't hear, but wildlife do. And that's what that study was about that she referred to. And it said it was narrowly looking at just certain species for that study, but said that other species can be affected similarly. So what we have here is an issue that we don't know the environmental impacts that may be delivered by e-bikes. And I would hope that we just stick with the current recommendation and then keep an eye on what science is coming out and what it tells us, and just keep the baylands and the other open space areas protected and serving the wildlife and people alike, just as they do now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Mark Schull.
Thank you. I wasn't aware this was on the agenda, so I haven't well prepared, but I've tried to cover a couple of points. I don't think the Mid-Peninsula study was a good study. And one of the things that I think I would criticize it is that if you look at how the EU has regulated e-bikes, which is surprising that nobody has looked at, given they have much more experience, they basically regulate them based on whether it's a throttle or it's pedal activated. If it's a throttle, it's considered an electric motorcycle. If it's pedal activated, there's class 1 and class 2. For marketing reasons, in the US, we have class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, and they don't mean anything at all. So I think the class focus didn't really make any sense. The difference is, if it's an electric scooter, it may have pedals, but if it has a throttle, which is easy for an enforcement person to understand, it's quite a different thing than if it's pedal activated, which people use for commuting. In my case, I'm 67. I used to ride my bike up to Skyline. I can't do that anymore because of my knees, but I can ride my e-bike up. And I used to be able to then ride down Montebello on the Fire Road down to the quarry and back. So as of a couple of years ago, we're not allowed to do that anymore. And so I don't really understand it. I'd be happy to provide my e-bike so people could do sound measurements at various, high frequency, low frequency. It's not very noisy. I don't do it because I'm not allowed to, but it does seem strange that you would encourage people to put a bike on the back of an SUV, drive it up there with all the pollution that creates, and then you're allowed to ride that bike, or you could bring your horses up there on the Fire Road, but you're not allowed to ride an e-bike. It does seem, basically from an environmental perspective, which people have talked about, not a very good idea. And particularly for someone, at 67, my knees aren't what they were when I was younger. I also think that the bigger picture is a lot of us are trying to use e-bikes instead of cars. And I think that this city should support that. And yes, people do use some of the trails for commuting for good reason, because there's no alternative. If you ride a bike on the road and have been knocked down, as I have, you understand why you don't ride in the sidewalk, of course, but try to find, off-road trails if they're possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Ferreira.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Michael Ferreira with the Sierra Club. And I would like to commend the chair of the committee, Mr. Greenfield, for his presentation. I thought he touched all the bases very well. I will be followed by the executive director of our chapter, Mr. Eggers, so I'm trying not to speak to things that he may speak to. but I participated in the MROSD hearings on the matter, as well as your committee hearings. And one of the key things that I'd like to address is the business of pilots. And I think that MROSD's decision would have been basically a flat no on these motorized vehicles, except for the fact that the pilot had more or less given them a foothold, for want of a better word. The directors of MROSD rightly understood their role in terms of preservation. And that reminds me of the excellent comments by Tira, who was the third speaker. And their final decision was probably, all things considered, the best they could do. Pilots are to be avoided because they more or less grant a certain foothold. I will just say that in the Sierra Club, we've had difficulties with bicycles on trails, especially nature trails. We do understand that bicycles and electric bicycles, which really are very close to electric motorcycles, they are good transportation alternatives. They don't pollute. They can get people around. They take up less space, et cetera, et cetera. But on nature trails, they really don't belong, especially given the conflicts with pedestrians. And I've seen it here on the coast. I see a lot of electric bikes accessing the paved coastal trail, and I have yet to see one that is just coasting along, experiencing the coastline. They're going pretty close to the maximum speed they can get it up to. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, our next speaker is James Eggers.
Good evening. My name is James Eggers. I'm the director of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter that represents more than 90,000 supporters in San Mateo, Santa Clara, San Benito counties. And I'm proud that the Sierra Club's greatest concentration is actually in Palo Alto. I've been a bicyclist for more than half a century. Oh my gosh, that makes me sound old. But in 20 countries around the world, and the Sierra Club strongly supports bicycling as one of the most responsible forms of transportation. The Sierra Club official policy states the following: e-bikes are here and may benefit many. They are great for urban transportation, but on trails that can lead to serious conflicts and impacts for humans and wildlife. Our policy recognizes the benefits of electric motorized bicycles and promotes their use in urban and developed areas. This policy makes clear that for use on trails and on public lands, all e-bikes must be considered and managed as motorized vehicles. In wildlands where motorized use is prohibited, e-bikes use should also be prohibited. This is a practical problem with the claim that Class 1 bikes be allowed where bicycles are allowed. It's not physically possible for a bicyclist or an enforcement officer to look at an e-bike and determine its class. There's no distinctive marking on the bike, so many e-bike models can also be configured to either be Class 1 or 2 or 3, and still they look identical. So it's easy for e-bike owners to even change the classification or to modify their bikes to increase power and speed. So the artificial e-bike classification system is an e-bike industry legislative lobbying ploy aiming to expand the use of electric motorized bicycles. The distinction is unenforceable by a land manager, and so, if allowed, would open any non-motorized trail to any motorized bike. During 2020, I hiked more than 400 miles in local parks and recorded 42 e-bikes, found less than 15% were mobility impaired users, and more than 80% of users were in their 20s and 30s. That increased intrusion also showed clear evidence of increased litter, illegal fishing, vandalism, and fire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jose Garcia Franco.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Hi all. I've submitted my comments already by email. I just want a chance to comment on the new information that has been shared here after the chairman and all the comments that have been presented. You know, I'm against the ban of the bikes. I don't think we're solving for any problem, guys. It's kind of crazy that we are thinking of excluding access for groups of people where there's really no problem to solve. Right now, we have access. We're in a pilot period right now by default because that's the law right now, and people have access. And well, it ain't broken, so I don't know what we're fixing. It's good to be mindful of the environment, and I bet there's some very valuable comments here. That said, we're talking about our trails where we have on the Baylands, we have an airport, we have utility vehicles, we have caravans of visitors. It'll be very hard to establish whether e-bikes would add like a serious disturbance to the status quo. On the matter of safety, yes, yeah, bicycles on some comments address bicycles riding on sidewalks. Of course, that we don't want that excessive speed. We don't want that, but that's more of a rider situation rather than whether I'm riding an e-bike or not. There are speed limits. There are already safety regulations in place, and excluding people much like Mr. Schul, my knees are starting to not be as good as they were. Going up Skyline is not as easy as it was. And hey, at some point, I'm going to be on an e-bike, right? Going up Page Mill and hopefully also on our trails and learning how to be respectful and enjoy our open spaces. And me as a rider for decades in these areas, I know firsthand how important it is to be exposed to it, to develop the awareness and the desire for stewardship and conservation. It seems that we just want to limit the amount of people that we have on the trails, and that's understandable, but I think that's naive at best. As the chairman himself said, they couldn't establish a pilot because there's no criteria for evaluation. They couldn't come up with one. It seems kind of crazy to just go ahead and ban it on the grounds of everything that has been presented. We have to work on education and etiquette and allowing all riders to respect the rules of the road, even those on e-bikes, of course. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name's Keith Wandry, and I've lived in the South Bay pretty much since I was 3, which was a long time ago. So there were dinosaurs when we moved here, and they're gone now. So anyway, I do a lot of work in the South Bay here. I've done a lot of work with schools, probably literally thousands of third graders, teaching them environmental science and such. I've worked with everything from preschoolers on up to high schoolers. And the value of the habitat that you have out there is incredible, right? There's for watching birds, for watching wildlife, it's an up close, real experience when the kids get out there and such, and it's very important. I understand e-bikes. We do have, there are paved trails out there, and then there's unpaved, right? And the unpaved ones tend to be out more in the environmentally sensitive areas, right? So I do know from having run into some e-bikers on trails and had bad experiences with them because their speed is very easy on those. And and it's always super disturbing if someone comes along and there is a group of kids, right? Because they just right, and it's hard to keep track of. But the biggest thing I think is important, if they have, you have a super thing out there, the opportunity for the kids to get outside and see just these amazing things. And I know from experience here, when I was a kid, we moved here when I was 3, which was way back in '62. And my dad didn't know anything about nature, but he took us out to the creeks and stuff. And seeing all those things that were wondrous things, he didn't know what they were, but what he did they would give us a book at Christmas or something that had them, right? And I can tell you now, when I'm 62 years old or 63 years old soon, that those things are valuable when you're a kid. When you see those, when you go along and you see a butterfly that you saw, a swallowtail butterfly fly by that you saw when you were a kid, right? It's like seeing an old friend. And that's the most important thing. That value you have out there, coming different times of year, seeing those birds, right? If they continue to see those birds, they'll care about them. And then down the line for them, they're going to have the best, and they're going to care about that, right? Bikes, you can ride them anywhere, right? There's trails, and put them on the paved trails. Leave them alone out there. There's not a lot of, I don't see a big need for, being out on the dirt with them, right? Because it just brings you back to the paved trail, right? So, it's something out there. Be wise in your decision stuff. It's super valuable for kids. Okay. Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Connie. Connie, I see you're unmuted, but I still cannot hear you. I'm sorry, Connie, we just can't hear you. You might want to submit your comments via email to city.council@cityofpaloalto.org. Sorry. Okay. All right, Ms. Mayor, that is the last request to speak.
Thank you so much. We'll bring it back to council. Is there any comments or questions? Councilmember Lithcott Haynes and then Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a technical question, which was the reason I was supportive of us pulling this. There seemed to be such disagreement, not only in the community, but in our own city entities between the PRC and the Department of Transportation's Payback Committee. So I would like to know how we deal with conflicts of opinion within different realms of city government.
Boy, that's a deep question. So I'll take a shot at it and certainly defer to staff as you see fit. I do think this, quite frankly, is a good discussion for the council to have, in that it would be an opportunity for the council to balance the interests that are represented and reflected by the existence of the PRC on the one hand, as you've heard, and Payback in describing their perspectives, again, given the charge that they have on behalf of the city.
Councilmember
Thank
Birch.
you.
Thank you. And so first I have a few questions and before or later going into discussion. Do we currently have any bike speed limits where we have e-bikes in the Baylands or Rastradero Preserve?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Burt. That 15 mile per hour speed limit pertains to those bikes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yes, there's a 15 mile per hour speed limit existing on the regulations.
And
yeah, at all our preserves and parks.
And I don't recall signage that is widespread on speed limit, whether it's, the current limit or prospectively a lower speed limit.
Yeah, one of the things that came out of our discussions, both with the Parks and Rec Commission and Payback, was the need for more signage, something we intend to work with Payback on, both trail etiquette, signage, and any new rules that come from the council's decision this evening.
And from my experience up at Arastradero Preserve, we have concerns, there are problems with speeding bikes, principally going downhill. Has staff looked at to what extent those problems are all bikes versus e-bikes? My pretty extensive experience there is that I have a concern with the speed of downhill bikes there, regardless of whether they're pedal powered without being e-bikes or e-bikes.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think you're right. I think regardless of the type, it's a concern for all types of bikes. The Rangers haven't reported any significant difference in terms of issues with e-bikes versus standard coming fast down hills.
And are bikes in general currently allowed at, in the Baylands, we don't tend to have what we'd call single track trails, narrow trails that are single use, but at Arastradero Preserve, we have a mixture of essentially unpaved roads, which might be called multi-use trails in some circumstances, and then single track hiking trails. Do we restrict bikes in general and horses on the single track trails currently?
Bikes are still allowed on those single track trails. And I believe horses are as well.
And was there any discussion at Parks and Rec about looking at, the issues of speed and which trails are appropriate to allow bikes or horses versus the issue of e-bikes versus conventional bikes?
So if I can answer that, Darren. So our current focus and work plan is regarding e-bikes and electric devices. Certainly, we've considered throughout this process that there are trails that may not be appropriate for bicycles. That's what I was alluding to in the comment, that as we look to consider which unpaved trails might be appropriate for both bikes and e-bikes, we would also be considering which trails might not be appropriate for either. So exactly to your point, yes. And the single track trails are the obvious first place to look.
And excuse me, on the issue of enforcement, whether it be the e-bikes or future limitations on bikes in hiking, true hiking, single track trails, is there any plan to increase enforcement in general, whether the restriction is on speed or form of bike? Because I heard the comment that there wouldn't be an ability to enforce e-bikes or the class of e-bikes, but I haven't observed enforcement one way or another. It seems that we rely on general compliance with our rules, even if we can't have strict enforced compliance from park rangers being on those trails to do so. Is that correct?
It is correct. It's predominantly either complaint driven or when the rangers happen to be out in the field and observe something like that. But by and large, they're not. And it's incumbent on the user to follow the rules.
Thank you. And
if I could add, that's a factor the commission considered in terms of the gap that we have with the signage and with the general education to the community, that if we're going to look at allowing e-bikes on unpaved trails, we need to get better at the education and communication of what the rules are. And just like you said, the speed limits are not widely publicized at all.
Well, wouldn't that apply to bikes in general?
Yes, it does apply to bikes in general, but adding e-bikes exacerbates the problem.
And lastly, we had the different inputs from Payback and the Parks and Rec Commission, but we also had, speakers who really spoke about kind of a equity access issue of elderly and folks that are less able for various reasons to be able to use conventional bikes in both the Baylands, and less discussion at Arrastradero. But was there any consideration to the Human Relations Commission having input on that?
We did not discuss that with the Human Relations. It was a topic addressed both by Payback and the PRC, however, and it was certainly germane to all the thoughts on this balancing situation of providing access, especially for people with special needs, and at the same time guarding and protecting our very special resources, our habitat and wildlife. We tried to strike that balance at the Baylands, where you've got about 50% of it in that blue highlighted ink that you could see where there are paved trails, and then in those more remote areas, it would be inaccessible for those e-bikes. However, the ADA policy, Americans with Disabilities Act, overrides all our policies. And if someone needed extra exemptions to policies or regulations, they can request that on an individual basis.
Okay, I'll be interested in that individual basis versus whether we really establish that in a policy or a program that is not so onerous. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. First, I want to thank the many, many people who took the time to write to us on all sides of this issue and to show up and speak to us. I've been listening very carefully because I've been grappling with this. I'm also grateful to both the PRC and Payback for their attention to this issue and for making great progress together on it and really significantly narrowing the issue before us tonight. After listening to all the public comment, initially I was inclined to suggest that we go with the PRC policy, except to have to allow access for e-bikes on unpaved roads in the Baylands only that are at least 15 feet wide and routinely used by motorized service vehicles. But safety concerns with walkers, dogs, and e-bikes on the same path makes me nervous. So then I thought, well, how about we suggest that we direct the PRC to look into dividing the roads. We've talked a lot about that, about European style in cities where we have cars and bikes and pedestrians on different levels. So if you took those same roads that motorized service vehicles use and are wide, look into, could we provide a lane for e-bikes that have a speedometer? But I believe it's unlikely that motorized e-bikes that are capable of going 20, 28, or 30 miles per hour will stay within that 15 mile per hour or less speed limit. And I
just think that while it's unenforceable, we discussed the difficulties of enforcing the different classes of e-bikes. I think it's even more difficult to enforce speed limits. I just don't see how that would go. So I've really been listening hard to the comments tonight and grappling with this. And on Saturday, my husband and I actually took an extended walk out at Bixby Park and thought about, what it would be like with e-bikes on the path with us. And it just simply feels inconsistent with open space to me. So I would support the PRC's recommendation, but I was also moved by Ms. Elson's comments about safe bike parking. And I would like to ask the PRC to investigate installing improved safe parking facilities for bikes and e-bikes, so that at least we can have people get out of their cars on the way to the parks. So that would be my thoughts on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, originally I voted to remove this from the consent calendar, mostly just for process reasoning, not believing that this item being as seemingly controversial with so much public interest on both sides, I didn't think belonged on the consent calendar. And given the incredible amount of emails we've received and public comment tonight, I'm glad we're having this as an open discussion. I've been going back and forth quite a bit as well, trying to kind of massage this in a way that would work a little better for both parties. But I think I'm coming down to the same spot that Councilmember Vinker did, and I completely agree. Would love to see more bike parking at these trailheads. One, very appreciative in the staff presentation. This was going to be one of my requests, so I'm glad you did it, to really map out clearly what are the paved and what are the unpaved sections. That was incredibly helpful. I noticed, and sorry, I don't see slide numbers here, but on the Bay Trail map on the slide, it showed kind of the continuous section of the paved trail that e-bikes would be allowed on. And then there's a dotted section that might kind of discontinue that. What's that dotted section?
But even without seeing it, I'm almost certain there's a section that was dotted on the Bay Trail one where they didn't put in Faber Place. So it's a road that vehicles, bikes, anyone could go on. And let me just.
Sorry, not that slide. I think it's the 2 slides after that.
Yeah. One more.
There we go.
Yeah, so you can see Embarcadero Road in the light green, and then there's a dotted line just to the south of that. That's Faber Place. And that connects up with the paved bike path. So that's paved too, and people can ride on it. I'm not quite sure why the Bay Trail folks left that as dotted, but it is a connectivity.
Great. So it is a continued path that would
Yes.
allow for e-bikes from, well, can't see the map close enough, but okay, that's helpful. And, appreciated sort of this conversation about speed limits and maybe greater enforcement. But I think at the end of the day, the problem seems to be kind of, well, one we've already experienced, issues with enforcement within the city, whether it be gas-powered leaf blowers to traffic to a whole host of areas. And I know a lot of residents are understandably frustrated about that. I don't think it's realistic to believe that greater enforcement is really going to be able to work here, especially where we're talking about. And given that it's a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit already for bicyclists, I again agree with Councilmember Vinker. I don't see, if you're on an e-bike and those things, I've only been on one once or twice in my life, but those things can really fly when you really let that throttle go. It is a great time. And I can't imagine being out there in the Baylands, anyone really wanting to kind of pull back on that. So I think that I don't see that as a realistic possibility here. I really think that the Parks and Rec did a very good job kind of vetting these issues. I think the ban seems reasonable based on mostly our just desire to protect our open spaces. And I think for me, the Baylands is first and foremost a nature preserve. So I think our attitude really should be a first do no harm type of approach. We don't quite yet understand the potential impacts of e-bikes on the ecosystem in the Baylands. I know some opponents of this plan kind of brought up the lack of studies. I think that's absolutely reasonable. I think really what makes most sense for me is for us to kind of go slow and cautious here, banning e-bikes, and then being able to study it further over the next couple of years. So that way, when we get to the bike and pedestrian transportation plan over the next 18 to 24 months, if this ban is not working, or if it doesn't make sense, or if additional studies come out, or maybe more conversations can be made with payback, then then let's address it at that time. But I do think the Parks and Recreation Commission did a very good job here, kind of balancing the interests of both kind of nature goers, the delicate ecosystem there, but also providing access into the Baylands and other nature preserves. So I really appreciate their work and really think this was another good example. I think we're getting more good examples of this in this community, of where we have different community groups working together to better what was an original proposal. So I think this was, obviously not perfect, and understandably, and I understand frustrations on both sides. I think this makes sense, and sorry, one more. Oh, and then I do agree with Councilmember Burt. Would be curious to understand the process a little more and see if we can kind of really place it into policy to make sure that those who do need that additional access, whether through the ADA or maybe other reasons, can be able to access that. I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that tonight, if that's something that needs to go back to Parks and Rec, or is that something that staff is able to just kind of do on your own, or do you already have some sort of mechanism for that we're using in other areas in the city?
Largely what I had mentioned, that's on an individual basis. This was a concern of the PRCs and payback. I asked the city attorney's office, how should we do this? Should we come out with our standalone policy that addresses it? And the guidance I received was it should be done on an individual case-by-case basis, because everyone's got something different special needs. So that's what the guidance was. Ask these people to contact the city, we'll evaluate it and make determinations.
And do we know how onerous that process is? I mean, what would be the typical timeline for something like that?
So there isn't a typical timeline. What the Americans with Disabilities Act and the California statute that is similar require is consideration of individual circumstances. So that law applies, and council doesn't need to adopt something to codify that. And it is an interactive process that is personal to the individual. All of our rec programs, our library services, all city programs really have this aspect. In fact, attendance at these meetings, your clerk has a notice on the agenda saying that if individuals need assistance in order to participate in this public process, they can contact the clerk and have a discussion about what's needed.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much. First, I really want to salute the, again, superior work of the PRC and Assistant Director Anderson. Just first-rate work, and consistent with the Vice Mayor. I love how they involved other folks. There was nothing done in a silo there. Reached out to the transportation staff and to the payback, and a lot of different ways to get the full picture. And I think they did get the full picture. This is kind of the normal and appreciated process we've come to expect from PRC. They put all the pluses and minuses on the table about both classes and paths. They covered that in the analysis. For simplicity, they're recommending that we discuss this, as did the public, a similar policy for all e-bike classifications. They gave us some alternatives that they considered and rejected. I think we should listen to that very, very well too. They stated on packet page 241 that they're trying to get balance, as was discussed by a number of folks. And I really appreciated that as an important goal. And after, I guess, almost a year of research, according to the chair, and work and outreach, they voted unanimously 7-0 to go with this policy. Second, I just want to comment on input from the public. We've gotten a lot of input. I always love that. And preferably before 5 o'clock on Mondays, because there's still some coming in. I saw between agenda items. But by 3 o'clock this afternoon, the votes from the public that wrote to our council member email was 88% in support of the PRC proposal, 42-6. So at least those people that wrote in, there's a data point there. There obviously were support, and we've heard some comments tonight in support of e-bikes on paved trails now. I'm sorry, unpaved trails now at Baylands, citing that there's not definitive scientific proof that e-bikes disrupt nature, so we should just go ahead and do that. Only small studies have been done, has been noted by the excellent letter we got from Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. That was really helpful. And that's all true, except even the small studies have shown that, with respect to birds and bats, which all had covered, it interfered with their maternity roosting of bats. So to me, this is precisely the point, which is that we don't have enough data. So we don't have enough scientific data to prove anything. So I take the reverse approach. We shouldn't just go ahead and say, what the heck, let's just put bikes out there. I say, what the heck, let's just go ahead and have critters out there and people out there, and let's just do some more study. Obviously, Green Foothills supports that. Audubon Society supports that, as does the Sierra Club. Those are important groups that are weighing in that we need to wait. Perhaps the most important point from my perspective is that there's a big difference between preserves and parks. In parks, there's a lot more recreation. In preserves, there's a lot more exploration. And PRC made this distinction. Why do we go to open space? Why do we go to the Baylands or a Rastradero? We go for a mental break. We want to get out of fast-paced real life and away from computers and vehicles and sometimes even other people, and actually slow down, as one of the other public comments said. Enjoy the views and enjoy the critters. And sometimes hikers like myself stop and focus on a bird or a snake or a bug, and my nose is down in the weeds. Somebody comes through on a big heavy bike, that's going to disrupt everything. Maybe the critter runs away. Maybe I run away because I'm getting out of the way of the bike. So any bike zooming by disrupts this kind of fundamental reason for being out there for people, quite apart from what it does to the critters. So I'm talking about the people here in this point I'm making. So I just don't see why right now we should, take the risk of having faster, heavier, probably more high-speed bikes, interrupting the main goal of peace and tranquility, which is the goal of being in open space. So, and then the thing that we seem to be focusing on most tonight is what's not there, which is paved trails in the Baylands. And that in and of itself doesn't seem like the single reason to not accept the PRC recommendation. There are a lot of trails out there in nature that you can get to on an e-bike. There are benefits, by the way, to I can't remember who said this, but getting on an e-bike on the coast is wonderful. I did that in Monterey, and I went really fast on an e-bike, and it was beautiful. But I wouldn't want to do that in the Baylands, and I wouldn't be tempted to do that in the Baylands. But you can do. We've got another wonderful letter from someone. Let's see, Sherry Listgarten, who says, there's all kinds of great paved roads along Embarcadero all the way down to Shoreline. That's just wonderful. You could be on both sides. You've got nature. So I just don't think that what's being, quote, given up here is super material that we should be rushing into this. And we've already talked about the ability to have ADA be into effect. So I think the report is very strong, and we should follow that report. Of course, this is council's decision, but in the context of us now recruiting for Palo Alto commissions, I think supporting a unanimous recommendation of the Parks Commission on an issue they've worked in depth for a year reinforces the value that council places on the work of commission. So I don't think we should reinvent the wheels of their work on this issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, can I ask the clerk if I could share my screen here? Okay, first, as this thing is getting started, just wanted to thank everyone for coming out to speak, either by Zoom or in person. I think public input's really important, and it's a good discussion. And I think it was interesting to see the difference of opinion between payback and PRC. I think e-bikes is actually a really important to our community because we have this goal of trying to reduce our greenhouse gas. And the biggest cause of greenhouse gas is really people driving. And the nice thing about e-bikes is that this can enable people to, instead of driving, to actually bike. And I think that's a really, really neat thing. And we should support that. And, Paulson's relatively flat. We have relatively good weather. And so that's something we want to support. And so I've actually taken that to heart. I took my old junior high school bicycle and I put an electric motor on there. I used a kit, and so now I'm almost exclusively biking, rain or shine, to just about everywhere, even places that are a little bit far away. So, for instance, on here on Google Map is a trip that I do quite often, which is go to Milpitas, and this is the path I take. You can see the line in blue here. So this is how I get there. This is literally the path. So kind of go along the Bay Trail and go through and that's how I get to Milpitas. Or sometimes I have to visit some of the buildings at Google, and that's also a nice way of getting there as well. And alternatively, if you to look at and this is a little bit hard to see, but if you look at the gray line, okay, the gray line it's actually worse than this. The map's not drawing quite right. But like to go to Milpitas, it's like 15-mile bike ride, which isn't too bad. But if you couldn't use the Bay Trail, this gray line actually gets a lot longer. It says 20 miles, but it's actually a lot longer than that. And plus, you're going on very busy streets, and some streets that are really not safe at all. And so I understand the concerns about people who are just biking, not necessarily to get to point A to point B, but to observe the nature preserve, and I get all that. But I think there's people like me, and there's people north of us, like in Menlo Park or East Palo Alto, who are also using e-bikes to get around. And if we shut off, so basically, here's the problem. So this part here, the Adobe Creek Trail, this part here is paved, okay? So no problem there. The problem we get into is here, except when we get to here, it's unpaved. And so we would be banned from doing that. In fact, what we would have to do is we'd have to basically make a big detour, right? So this becomes 20, I couldn't get the Google Maps to do it quite right, but it's like 23, 24 miles, right? So 15 miles versus 24 miles on a car is not that big of a deal, but it's a really big freaking deal if you're biking. That's quite a bit of extra distance. Also, it's both ways. And so I find this problematic because we as a city want to meet our sustainability goals, and one of the big ways we're going to do that is actually getting people to bike. But by shutting this off, what's going to happen is it's going to cause a lot more people to drive because you have no choice unless you want to bike an extra 5 to 9 miles, right? And or if you count it both ways, like it's like 10 to 18 miles, right? Which is considerable, right? For those of you that don't bike, driving is no big deal, but for biking, that's a big deal. So I really want to caution my colleagues here just to think about, I think, it's one thing if you're going to Foothills Park, that's not really cutting off any commute corridors. But by doing this, you're cutting off people who may be biking from Milpitas. And there are people that do that, right? They do the reverse commute to me, or people who are biking from other areas that are to the east of us. And what we're doing is going to create more traffic in our streets, more parking problems, more greenhouse gas. And so I just think we have to think about this carefully. And I'm not saying we have to do it for all trails. Like There's some trails that probably, no one's going to be commuting on that, like maybe the one up here. Probably no one's going to be commuting up here. But down here, this is actually kind of a key bike corridor, at least for transportation, from going point A to point B. And you shut that off to e-bikes, basically you're going to be pushing people into cars. And I don't think that's what we want. That goes very counter to our goal of reducing our carbon footprint, trying to get more people to bike. So I want to really encourage my colleagues to think about this carefully, especially for that part of the trail, which really I looked on here because I couldn't find any other way to do this. And short of like, I guess you could try riding a 101, but I think that is illegal. So I think we want to be careful here in terms of what we block off and the implication it has. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start with where my head is. First of all, gratitude to everybody who's put in the work to elucidate and educate all of us on the subject, from staff to residents, experts, and amateurs. We have a lot of nuanced opinions. This is not a straight for or against. I'm really missing my city council seatmate, Councilmember Burt, right now, because if he was here, I could observe his musings as he contends with all of this. I do enjoy learning from him. One crossover opinion I found super helpful was from a resident who says, I'm an avid cyclist. I clock 5,000 miles a year and I'm a birder. The cyclists and the bird and wildlife lovers, who are one person in and of the same, are the experts who sit at the intersections of a difficult set of values and trade-offs that I'm really struggling with. I do want to say I'm perplexed as to why we did not receive more from Payback, why they were not here tonight. I'm really curious as to Payback's opinions beyond what has been shared with us through the PRC's report. So that just remains an opening concern for me. I don't know that we've talked about climate enough in this conversation. E-bikes are good. We're trying to incentivize their use, not restrict their use. Councilmember Tanaka's point about an important bike corridor being impacted by the proposed recommendations concerns me. I tend to agree with transportation staff that we should base e-bike restrictions on speed, not class of bike, as we do with cars. Obviously, we don't have park ranger enforcement on our trails the way we have public safety present on our streets. And we don't have before us any indication of how the city would enforce some kind of speed limit on trails in the Baylands. I'd like to ask staff if anyone has mocked up whether we have the resources to effectively enforce speed violators. Has that conversation happened?
We did have it, and we acknowledged we don't have enough resources to enforce on a regular basis over 25 miles of trail on our open space. I think it'll be more complaint driven and maybe nuanced segments where if we know we've got a problem, we'll have a ranger stay out there for a period of time and try to catch the extremes, but it wouldn't be all the time.
Sure, thank you. I am worried about the ADA exception, a person having to apply for what? A permit to use an e-bike? Do they then get a placard or a sticker? How do they prove to the inevitable passerby who makes a snide remark that you're not supposed to be on that bike? How do they prove that they have the right to be there? I worry about a person having to disclose a disability or health issue that is really no one's business. Do we have staff ready to explore these exceptions? And have we mocked up what it would cost? We have to assume there's going to be a tremendous increase in people seeking an ADA exemption.
So again, this is an interactive process, and it really is based on the individual and the service that's being sought. And I would imagine that the number of requests would be modest based on disability as is defined in the law, and that many times things can be worked out. The interactive process never involves a disclosure of a particular medical condition, a diagnosis, a prognosis. The discussion is about limitations and needs, and then how the city can map its services onto that.
Thank you. I'm concerned more about the person with the exemption encountering someone else on the trail who decides to make life difficult for them. Look, rather than try to reinvent the wheel, which one of us has already used as a little pun, I want to point out to us all that the National Park Service has grappled with this issue across its millions of acres of park and open space land. And their rule says that e-bikes may be allowed on roads, parking areas, administrative roads, and trails that are open to traditional bicycles. E-bikes are allowed where traditional bicycles are allowed, and e-bikes are not allowed where traditional bicycles are prohibited. And their rationale includes the following: to increase recreational opportunities for all Americans, especially those with physical limitations, and to encourage the enjoyment of lands and waters managed by the Department of the Interior. The order emphasizes the potential for e-bikes to reduce the physical demands of operating a bicycle and therefore expand access to recreational opportunities, particularly for those with limitations stemming from age, illness, disability, or fitness, and in more challenging environments such as high altitudes or hilly terrain. So I'm inclined to support the idea proposed by some of a one-year trial where we can signal the behaviors we want to see and study the behaviors and impacts that come, where we investigate the right penalty for violation of the speed limit. My feeling is if the fee is high and the park rangers do spot checks, we could deter the worst offenders. I'd be curious about that. Thank you very much.
I just want to add some comments here. I think, well, first I want to thank PRC, the ad hoc committee, Commissioner Freeman, Commissioner Shawnee Kleinhaus, as well as Chair Greenfield for all the work they did, and Mr. Anderson for guiding them through. It was pretty thorough consideration, especially coming up with questions about what to focus on policy when developing the recommendations. But I think what was very compelling to me tonight was from Mr. Landry, giving the young kids a chance to experience nature, the delight that he sees on their faces when they make these new discoveries, and the chance of actual interaction and, well, not interaction, they should not touch them or anything like that, or play with them, but definitely being there to see their feathers, how they socialize, the beauty of the butterflies and the birds, and getting to know, like Councilmember Lowing said, he's getting absorbed in looking at an insect or whatnot. But those are the delightful things that we, as stewards of the place that we live, we are the stewards to protect it and preserve it so that the children and the people of the future can have that opportunity. And with every introduction of some sort of disruptiveness, be it fast bicycles by humans or even by e-bikes, it's just gonna lose it for us. That's my fear. That's a very big fear for me, that our children, my children are grown, but children for others, they're gonna lose that opportunity to experience the wonder of nature. The other part of it is that, I'm looking at this and, technology is ever changing. And so today we have e-bikes. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to have, maybe a little bit of a airlift, what will that do? So there needs to be some regulations in place and careful analysis and careful review of what are good policies and regulations to follow for these kind of places that we hold dear. And, Councilmember Lowing also used Ms. Liz Garden's comments, and he quoted many of mine. But another thing that she mentions in her letter is that e-bikes can add to the rutting. I had called it grooving that occurs when vehicles travel or when heavier bicycles are on unpaved paths, especially during wet weather. So they add the creation of the spur trails. And so it infringes on habitat, but it's also a danger to many of the pedestrians who are walking, because they could trip or they could hurt their ankles, and who knows what else. But mostly, I also think that, as humans, we should be kinder to this natural species that live among us. And I think I just go back to what the gentleman said about the delight in the children's faces when they experience this sort of nature. So I think that's, I think also it reminds me of what former Mayor Karen Holman said, do no harm. Whenever you're considering something, do no harm. And in the open space preserve, the policy recommends prioritizing environmental and ecological protection over the recreational desires of the community. I understand we want connectivity for bicycles and pedestrians. But this is also through our nature preserves. When Councilmember Tanaka brought up his map of the route, I couldn't quite look at it very carefully because it was moving around too much and I can't focus. But I was wondering, that portion where it is unpaved, is that Palo Alto or Mountain View?
Yeah, that portion actually is paved.
It is paved.
Yeah, there's some of it's very old asphalt and it's hard to see. And on either side of it, there is compacted base rock that makes it look like it's unpaved. But you can make a consecutive journey from Friendship Bridge all the way to Shoreline. And that little route around what's called Coast Casey 4 Bay, there's asphalt there. It does join up. It's the nexus point where we join with City of Mountain View, and their trail continues on paved.
I'd like to add, if I could, that this was very, very important to the commission to make sure that the Bay Trail commuter corridor was open to e-bikes, and the optimum, the shortest path on the Bay Trail is completely accessible to e-bikes. The Adobe Creek Loop Trail is part of the Bay Trail as well, but it's more of an excursion. It's a longer path. It's on unpaved trail, so it's the less efficient path for commuters, and we believe it's a far less common path for commuters to take.
Thank you. So again, I just want to repeat, I really appreciated your comments about children and nature. Thank you. Ms. Vinker, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Actually, I had the same question you did because I'm a big supporter of e-bikes generally and getting out of cars and commuting with them. And I wanted to clarify whether Mr. Tanaka, sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, his route. So thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
I would like to move the PRC recommendation to adopt ordinance section 2204-220 to regulate electric bikes and electric coasting devices in parks and open spaces.
I'll second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councilmember Lowing?
No, I don't think so. I think this idea that was circulated about a pilot was already rejected by PRC. And then there's also a lot of cost and resources involved in managing such a pilot. I'd rather just get some scientific evidence and take it from there.
I've already spoken to mine. So I see Councilmember Burt's hand.
Thank you. And just so folks know, I regret not being able to be there in person tonight, but I had surgery today and am restricted. So a couple comments, and then I would like to offer a couple of amendments. So first, I think it was asserted by staff that the Faber track is that path and road that goes all the way out to Cooley Landing. I thought I heard an assertion that it was paved, but I ride that with my conventional bike, not e-bike. Most of that is not paved, or much of it, I should say, is not paved. And so we would have a gap there in that whole part of the Bay Trail. And then I do have real concerns, and that we have a solution that's not well enough aligned with the problem. And I have real concerns on the problem of speed of bikes in our open space, both the Baylands and Arastradero. I have concerns with bike, the safety of having bikes on our single track trails, primarily in Arastradero, and with the erosion that they cause. And I think that we should have greater restrictions on speed and greater restrictions on horses and bikes being allowed on narrow trails. But I think that focusing on the mechanism, in particular, where we have what are called the Class 1 e-bikes, which only are limited to 20 miles an hour, which is the same speed that a conventional bike can go. They go a little faster uphill, but nobody goes that fast uphill generally. That the Class 1 bikes don't have these throttles that people keep referring to. That was clarified in the staff report. The Class 3 bikes can go up to 28 miles an hour. Class 2 can go 20, but with a throttle and not require pedaling. Class 1 requires pedaling just like a regular bike, but it limits that speed to the same speed as a regular bike. And I think 20 miles an hour is too fast for any bike that we have in these open space areas. So here are a couple of proposed amendments. We heard that we currently have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit in those areas. I think that should be reduced to 10 miles an hour for all bikes. In this case, it'll be the conventional bike. So let me offer that one first and see if the maker and the second are receptive to that.
Philosophically, I'm quite receptive. Is that capable of being added to this e-bike thing tonight relative to the agenda?
Well, good point. And maybe it does. Let's ask the city attorney whether it needs to be a referral to Parks and Rec.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, actually.
So, right, we were just speaking here at the staff table about item B. So the city council does not adopt the Parks and Rec regulations. They're lengthy and detailed, and they need the flexibility to be adjusted at the staff level. So those are city manager items. So what we would suggest is that you change this word adopt in B to something like support. So you're indicating your support for what the staff has described as the PRC's regulation. You do need an ordinance, and that's A, and that will come back to you for a second reading, and it takes then roughly 45 days for that to go into effect. And then the regulations are done at the staff level. So what you're now describing about changing a speed limit, Mr. Anderson, I assume that the speed limit in the parks is set in the regulations also?
I believe that's the case.
Yes. Yes, so we're checking. So that probably also lives in the regulations, which would not be something that council would need to adopt, but you would support. So what I would suggest on that, if you wanted to pursue that, is to make a referral to staff to explore adjustment of the speed limit to reduce the speed limit for bicycles and I forget if you said horses.
As an item C?
Yes.
I totally support that.
So if we say refer to staff, and staff may then choose to route it through the Parks and Rec Commission for their input.
That's a perfectly appropriate direction, yes.
Okay, great. Second, we have bike racks at many of our trailheads in the open space, or where you enter the open space areas, but we have places where we do not. And so also refer to staff to add bike rack areas to trailheads in the open space where they are currently lacking.
Definitely accepted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, refer to staff restricting bicycle and horse access to sensitive single track trails in the Arastradero Open Space Preserve.
Looking at the city attorney, I'm willing to accept that.
Councilmember Burt, can you repeat the beginning of that phrase?
Refer to staff determination of where to restrict bicycles and horses on single track trails in the Arastradero, sensitive single track trails in the Arastradero Open Space Reserve.
Perfect, thank you.
So C and E, these are items that are probably going to be of significant public interest and also will require quite a bit of work by staff and also your Parks and Rec Commission. So I think it just to behoove council to be aware that this will require, additional work and time to study these proposals because they really do change the type of activity that's occurring. If adopted or pursued in some form, they would change the type of activity that's occurring in those areas now. And so there'll need to be outreach, engagement, and discussions.
Would it be more acceptable?
That, and I wasn't proposing a specific time frame because I recognize that may take additional public process.
Would it be more appropriate to set that into a separate motion for referral to staff, not couple it with the other items?
I don't think it's necessary the way it's just not being prescriptive in outcomes or time frame, but it puts it on basically the work plan for the future. And it may be that that's not accomplished this year, but as of right now, there's no direction to pursue that, which I think is, this is a good part of the problem that needs to be solved. And we're kind of taking this, what I believe is a misdirected solution that doesn't really align well with the problems. But either way, I think this is at the crux of, certainly at Arastradero Preserve, a big part of the problem.
Is that all, Councilmember Burt? Okay.
Yes,
I don't know. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left off a key part. Lastly, to refer to staff development of a streamlined accessibility waiver for seniors and those with disabilities to be able to obtain a permit to utilize Class 1 bikes in unpaved roads in the Baylands and Arastradero Preserve. I don't know if the clerk captured all that. So we can, let me ask first the maker and the seconder, and then if they support that in principle, we can make sure the wording reflects it clearly.
So if I could just comment while the clerk is preparing. So there's a couple of concepts in this proposal. So being a senior in and of itself is not a disability under American law. There can be disabilities associated with age, as well as not associated with age. So that I think the staff would not be clear here, just based on this initial comment. More discussion would be needed about, is council proposing a policy as opposed to a legal requirement?
Yes, first, the answer is yes on that.
Okay. So maybe that wouldn't be handled by a case-by-case waiver situation. You've heard from many members of the public that there very well may be many members who, however you define senior, over age 62, over age 65, who might wish to access this. And so is that, if that's something council wants, then maybe that's a direction as opposed to.
I deliberately did not attempt to define that and to leave that as an open issue for staff, the Parks and Rec Commission, and for that matter, the Human Relations Commission. But I would hope that staff would take that issue to Parks and Rec and Human Relations to refine the boundaries.
Well, are you gonna accept?
Well, let's see. I think we're at the point of the maker and seconder determining whether to accept it, and should that go forward, I think staff would want to comment on.
Yeah, so my concern on this new item, as well as the one about bikes and horses on single tracks, is if it's gonna slow down the ordinance that was.
So just to be clear, it would not interfere with the proposed ordinance. These areas of additional consideration, the ordinance could go forward as currently proposed, and these would be follow-ups.
Which is basically A and B and possibly C. So just.
I think it's just A and B.
Okay, so A and B.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be A and B. And if I could encourage the folks who are putting together the motion here to be clear. So sometimes council refers something to boards and commissions with kind of clear boundaries. Sometimes it's more a topic for exploration. And so I think it might be helpful for both staff and the PRC. Are you asking for their best advice on these topics, which might include, we think that the right speed limit is 12 miles per hour or 8 miles per hour, or are you intending a specific direction?
On that point, I think it's on C, we had consideration, and I would be fine with really, maybe we put a C with sub-bullets, say, refer to staff for consideration of the following. And then in D, omit the word determination And on that last one that doesn't have a letter proposed, just say delete refer to staff development of, and it will just say refer for consideration development of a streamlined accessibility. Same thing, D would be we don't have to say refer to staff. It would say so D becomes a sub-bullet B under C or 1. Why don't we do it numerically?
So Madam Clerk, he wants C1, which is adjustment of speed limit to 10 miles per hour in all areas.
And in fact, I think even I would omit these recommendation of the mileage, miles per hour, and simply say
reduction of speed limit. Yeah.
Reduction. Yes, thank you.
And then perhaps in the spirit of that, Councilmember Burt, for D, where it says refer to staff where to restrict bicycle, maybe you say whether and where.
Okay. Okay. WH, yes. Whether and where. And that would be C2. D would become C2. And then what's now listed as D there would be C3, add bike racks. And then down propose, that would be C4.
Well, 1, 2, and 3 are about all kinds of bikes. 4 is not. So that doesn't feel like quite a fit.
Well, there are 4 referrals. Like you said, 1, 2, and 3 would be more broadly, and 4 would be a modification, future modification, or consideration of a future modification on class 1 e-bike access. I think it's okay to.
4 still sticks out as a little bit different from everything else.
Well, but
there, Koo, what do you think?
But it's still under refer to staff for consideration. I don't know that we have. I don't get the problem with the distinction.
So I have a question.
Go ahead. I was just going to say the reduction of speed limit and bicycle and horses, and those 3 are all around all bikes. So I think we should make that clear. And the 4th one is not. So again, it just sticks out as maybe we could make that D as a referral.
Okay.
Because it's just about e-bikes.
Okay.
That'd be better, I think.
Okay. And preserve would be capitalized. Preserves, plural.
Madam Attorney, I wanted to ask about B. Can you tell me again why we can't use the word adopt? So those Parks and Rec open space regulations traditionally have not been brought to council for adoption. They're not council adopted. And if they were to be, then any change would require returning to council. So getting on your crowded calendar, writing a staff report. They are staff adopted. They're city manager approval, I believe. Yes. And that allows the staff to be more nimble. If some of the very minor regulations in there need to be adjusted for whatever reason, seasonal developments, a problem that suddenly crops up that doesn't merit council attention. So for that reason, I would encourage you not to mix and match there because it becomes very difficult to track. Once you adopt something, we don't change it without coming back to you. Okay, so if you were to adopt this particular set of regulations, we would have to somehow mark or remember those within this very large book of regulations and come back to council if there ever needs to be a change. And we do understand that this item is of great interest. So the staff is not going to go wild changing the rules on this. That's why this item is before you in the first place. So I wouldn't be worried about that, but I would encourage you to just simply support what the staff has said they would do to implement the Parks and Rec recommendation. Okay. Then on C2, is the word sensitive there necessary? Because all the trails and preserves are sensitive.
Perhaps not. In sense, we do say whether and where. That gives some latitude. So I'm fine with removing that word.
Yeah.
And so the A and B, once we approve this, is going to go and for the 30 days, second reading, and then adopted.
That's correct.
And then the rest of it is going to be referred to staff for development and to look into development.
Well, yes, and I think your city manager is thinking about the fact that this is quite a list of to-do items for the staff and the Parks and Rec Commission. So there might be issues about prioritization, staffing, and timing.
But it's not going to stop us from adopting the ordinance now.
That's correct.
Okay, and when we say refer to staff, it means that it's going to go to staff, which means they're going to go to the commission's PRC.
For sure. I think given the breadth and implications of those items, that we would certainly involve PRC and potentially other commissions as well, depending on the issues. I would say though, on D, I think since there is a direct nexus to what the council is considering adopting tonight and the implications of D, we need a better understanding of expectations around timing and what this is. I think and to state this maybe a little too directly, but maybe worth to prove a point, that the individual review is exactly that. I think D suggests a program, potentially a program where permits are issued to certain classes of individuals for use of these class 1 bikes on the unpaved routes. And that is a significant undertaking.
And if there is language change that makes it a little less directive, I'd be open to that.
Well, once again, I think the question is the intent. And if the intent is to open these trails to a class of individuals and a class of bikes, then I think we need to know that.
Well, how about if we say evaluation of, as opposed to development of, and that doesn't stipulate an outcome.
I think that's better.
Or a time frame, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah, I don't think there's
no time frame there. Yeah.
No time frame on this.
Okay.
Okay, so I see all the lights back. Councilmember.
I still think we should say under C, refer to staff for consideration for all bikes, so that that's clear, because this came up on the agenda of electric bikes.
Okay, just for clarity, sure.
And in the last one, you should say class 1 electric bikes, e-bikes.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilmember Tanaka.
And class, it should be capitalized C and then a numeral 1.
Okay, do I have the floor now? Okay, great. So last night I was having office hours with Justine Burt, who's part of the TMA. And she was telling me about programs that she was doing to try to get electric bikes for some of our lower wage workers so that they could actually commute in by bike. And of course, a lot of them don't live here in Palo Alto. They commute from the East Bay. And, you know, I was just thinking about if this was someone's only bike, right? What would they do? They can no longer bike anymore or commute to work. And to Councilmember Burt's point earlier, which is not all parts of it are paved, because I actually, my electric bike actually is a road bike. It's not a mountain bike. It doesn't have shocks or big knobby tires. And I remember on that trail, I was thinking that, man, I wish it was paved because it's a little bit dicey on a road bike. You know, and I know staff's asserting that all of it is paved, and maybe part of it's in Mountain View. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe, you know, maybe it's not Palo Alto, but I'm wondering whether, and the other thing that just kind of concerns me is, for me, because I want to be very sensitive to people who are walking or slower on the trails, is like when I would pass people, I would pass people actually sometimes on not necessarily on the paved portion, but on a dirt portion, just so that they don't have to get off of the road. So I guess I wanted to just see if the maker and seconder might be open to having a friendly amendment here to the fact that for these restrictions would not apply to bike commute routes, whether paved or unpaved. And staff could figure out what parts are paved and what parts are not paved and what parts, you know, people need passing and this and that. I don't think we want to get to that on dais. But I wanted to see if the maker and seconder might be open to that friendly amendment.
I don't think anybody's going to commute on a bike from Berkeley, but I think that the motion from PRC outlined the areas that this covered. So I think we've already covered that.
Yeah, I guess my point is I know that there are parts that aren't paved, and I think even Councilmember Burt mentioned that. So for me, it would be helpful to have something in there, and maybe it all is all paved, and staff is right, and we don't have to worry about it. But I'd like to have that assurance to make sure that we're not going to be cutting off a bike route.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. And to Councilmember Burt's point, that's correct. In the Favor-Lawmeister tract, this is outside the city of Palo Alto and outside our county border. So if you cross Friendship Bridge and go towards Ravenswood Preserve, there's portions there that are unpaved. There's in fact an easement that we don't have permission to pave. However, the rules that we're allowed to make would not count towards. You cannot make a municipal code that pertains outside our county.
Okay.
So this rule wouldn't apply there anyways.
Okay.
And the paved portions I was talking about are really Friendship Bridge all the way to Mountain View Shore.
Okay, but then don't worry about it. Sorry about that. The second thing is on C is C1 referring to, it says, I mean, I guess it's broad. Is it just for the parks and open space, or are we talking about everywhere?
I think staff presumes it's parks and open space only, as opposed to streets throughout the city.
Yeah, because, you know, I'm thinking like on Foothill Expressway, which I take quite often, cars are going 50 miles an hour, and you're saying that bike can only go 10 miles an hour would be a little bit off. So maybe we could add that.
I think it is a valid point to just clarify what we all understand, but I would say
a new winter storm
that it would apply to refer to staff for consideration for all bikes in the Baylands and Rastradero preserves.
Okay, great, thank you. And
I'm sorry, the maker and the seconder would have to accept that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, last topic here. Overall, I like the spirit of it, and I think everyone needs to be a good citizen, right? Everyone needs to respect each other. I think that's really important. But the overall issue I have with the philosophy here is we are banning the device, not the behavior. So my analogy would be like, so for instance, if someone's driving a Honda versus a Model S, right? Model S could go super fast. And so because the Model S could go super fast, we have to regulate people having Model S's versus Hondas. And to me, it just, I mean, there are people who are in great shape, right? I'm a biker, but I'm not, super fast on my bike. And there's people who don't need electric bike and they just zoom right past me, right? And I guess I'm just a little bit, I'm a little bit thinking that we're restricting the devices versus the behavior. I think we really want to be affecting the behavior, not the device. And so so this gives this, part of this gives me pause, and just in terms of what we're doing here, because we certainly would do this for cars. We wouldn't say, oh, it's illegal to drive a Porsche or a Ferrari because they could go too fast. But that's what we're almost like doing here. And I just feel like I get the idea, and generally I support the idea, but I just feel like it's not the right way of doing it. I feel like we want to be banning the behavior versus the devices. And so I'm still kind of pondering this just because I feel like it's a bit off because of that. Because there are like at Costco, I see this electric bike. It's like a super slow bike. It has like one gear, and if it goes past 12 miles an hour, I'd be kind of shocked. It looks like a bike from the circus. It's like a teeny tiny bike, and you say, well, that can't go on a Bay Trail because it might go zooming past person is preposterous, right? Versus there's some people on these bikes and they go super fast and they're just like a Olympic bike or whatever. They could go super fast on those bikes, and so it just seems like we would never do this to cars, but we're doing it for bikes, and it just seems off to me. So I just want to put that out there to my colleagues, and so there might be some parts of this I just simply can't support.
Councilmember Stone, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of suggestions on the amendment. So for item D, make it clearer. One, maybe add after unpaved roads in the Bayland and Arrasadero Preserve. And then we might add that are otherwise ADA accessible and where bikes are allowed or non-e-bikes are allowed, whatever, to have that clarity. Because I want to make sure that I think the intent here is to be able to kind of treat people equally. So otherwise ADA accessible. And then I also don't think we're trying to kind of open up the floodgates to allowing access to any unpaved roads in these areas where regular bikes are not currently allowed.
Are there areas where regular bikes are not currently allowed that are unpaved roads in the Baylands and Arrasadero?
No, there are not.
Okay.
And just a question, Councilman Mayor Koo, do we want to say unpaved roads and trails on D?
Yes.
Still to get so this would be, I guess, for the maker and the seconder on the otherwise ADA accessible.
Oh,
where's that? Where's that word?
Can I say that
at the end,
when we use that term trails, we've, as a city, used that to describe roads in these areas have been getting described as trails. And I don't know the right, I hope that this would be clear enough. We could, but I don't want to imply that we would allow senior and disabled access to true narrow single track trails that may in the future be restricted from use by any bikes. So that's my concern on adding that verbiage of trails. I think we kind of misuse trails as a term when we basically have multi-use trails that are in effect roads, unpaved roads. So I don't know I'm concerned about adding that term and what that might imply. But if there's clearer language to capture the intent, I'm fine with that.
Is staff concerned about that language from Vice Mayor?
The reference to ADA accessible trail is problematic. I'm not sure what you're intending to mean by that.
Yeah, maybe just as a point of context for that, I don't believe there are ADA standards applicable to trails, and as such, inherently, that term may not apply.
Are you really only concerned about the issue of opening foot traffic only trails? You don't want that. But the staff has said that there is no foot traffic only, pedestrian only trails, Darren?
That's correct for Baylands and the rest of our preserves, yeah. The bicycles are allowed where the pedestrians are.
Okay, that's fine with that clarification.
You know, perhaps I do need to make this comment. It's the struggling with the wording here, I think does reflect what, from a staff perspective, I guess I have to say that this does appear to be a very sizable undertaking and may raise expectations that there will be greater access to what will be limited under A and B, and put some real time pressure on staff to turn this around in a manner that, quite frankly, is not very clear where the solution would lie.
Sorry, and then one additional modification, C2. I would imagine that the intent is to leave out the Baylands. So to include Baylands in C2.
As I think about it, for the most part, it's a rastral preserve, but we do have, we may have some on the former dump hill. I'm not sure whether we have anything that would be categorized as single track. So.
Wonder if Chair Greenfield or can weigh in on single tracks in the Baylands.
I can help answer that. Oh, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, there are single track trails at the Baylands. There's some single track alongside the Adobe Creek Loop Trail. There's also single track at Bixby Park. And actually, it might be worth considering taking the single track constraint out of this item so that consideration could be given towards not permitting bikes at the Renzel wetlands, which is a service road and not single track per se. And also looking at the way things are written, Baylands and Astrodero Preserve are covered under C, so they probably don't need to be included under C2.
Yeah, so I think that's fair, so we don't restrict the parks discussion too much. So maybe removing single track trails from 2 and including Baylands if the maker and the seconder are open to that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Could you just define for me exactly what single track is, as opposed to just where it is? How narrow?
Typically in the Baylands, for example, we've got some trails that are between 5 and 4 feet, depending on their gradual age. So I think those are the ones I would define as single track.
Okay. So item D, evaluation of a streamlined accessibility waiver for seniors. If we just stop there, I'm not sure what that means, because I think what we're just saying is a streamlined application for access by seniors. And then they can use a class 1 e-bike on thin unpaved roads in the Baylands. And I don't support that. When I spoke earlier, I talked about when my husband and I were walking around on these thin trails, and the thought of a bike coming by is not something I'm comfortable with. So the initial thing I had gone to was, how about the roads? And I believe this is even where Payback was. How about the roads that are at least 15 feet wide, have the motorized service vehicles, all of that on them? And then we went away from that. So this is a serious loophole in that with respect to seniors. Now, those with disabilities, there's a whole ADA process, and streamlining that feels like a very different thing. Am I misunderstanding?
Well, yes, but the law requires us to engage in the interactive process in good faith. And if it takes a long time, it takes a long time.
Yeah.
It's not, in other words, it's not really, it's a staff-driven process that we're all very familiar with, and you know, to your disadvantage tonight, are not. It does not help us to receive council direction to streamline the process. The process is as streamlined as it can be, which is sometimes not at all, but that's because it can't be. And when there's an easy answer, we get to it right away and resolve it.
Okay, so there's two separate issues with D. The first is that streamlining accessibility waivers for those with disabilities is sort of a non-starter from a staff perspective, because you already are, to the extent that you can. And then I have a policy concern over allowing, I think, any seniors, because now we're not talking about disabilities. So any seniors to use a class 1 e-bike, when the PRC had said they didn't want to distinguish between the different classes of e-bikes. And now we're talking not just the broader roads, which I actually was considering earlier. Now we're talking the narrower single track, now that I know that word. And there's quite a pitch to a lot of these in Bixby. I mean, they're significant inclines and declines. And so I'm troubled by D. Unless we were to amend it.
I would be glad to remove "and trails" from D.
To remove, well, so what I would suggest, and I still have some concerns, but what I would suggest is to delete "and those with disabilities," because that seems like something hard to do, because we have to do that anyway. So it's not removing any of their rights, nor is it slowing anything down for them. And then for the seniors, it would be, instead of in unpaved roads and trails, you could say on unpaved roads that are at least 15 feet wide and routinely used by motorized service vehicles.
I don't know that we need to
Well, I think it's up to the maker and the seconder.
Prescriptive at this time.
And I would need to see it. Can you repeat
Okay.
it
Yeah.
for Madam Clerk?
Because, yes. So at least 15 feet wide and routinely used by motorized service vehicles. So the trucks that ride around, because otherwise we have e-bikes now back on the paths we were trying to avoid. And I thought that was not what we were trying to do.
Can I comment on that?
So evaluation of a streamlined accessibility waiver for seniors, I think we want to delete the word "and" there. So now staff can evaluate that. That's still a lot of work, but I think it's, yeah.
So,
okay, and so I think.
So let's find
So-
out if the maker is.
Yeah, so I like that edit. I'm least enthusiastic about point D overall, because I'm trying to focus on getting this ordinance done with some good ads from Councilmember Burt. And I think D is a constraint for staff, and, you know, might be sort of making the motion less interesting, less readable. But I like that direction better than what we had before.
Well, if I'm just a seconder, sorry.
Yes, I concur.
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion, I was going to suggest when we got to a vote that we carve this off, whatever the right word is for that, and I don't intend to support it, but if it's going to stay in, I would at least like it not to be on the narrow paths. That's why I suggested that language.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah. And then my last comment was just simply, Councilmember Tanaka was talking about discriminating against the bikes, like analogizing, the e-bikes versus pedal bikes to Teslas versus Hondas or things. And I'm not sure that's quite the right analogy because if we think about, it's really pedal power versus versus some non-human power, because I think we're discriminating between e-bikes and gas-powered things. So, and that doesn't seem to be a problem to people. So that particular analogy doesn't move me, but I am concerned about the commuters. I think we've addressed that. It sounds to me like the e-bike commuters can get to work the way they, through these routes. And I think that was Payback's big concern, and they were no longer pushing that particular one. I would be very concerned if they were, but I think they're not. And so D concerns me. I don't support it, but thank you for accepting the amendment. If that stays in, it makes me happier. That's all the comments I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, I want to tell you a brief story. I think we're overlooking a set of people. I'm going to try to convey that with a brief story. A group of friends says, let's meet at the Baylands with our bikes. Everyone agrees. One friend is less fit than the rest and she wants to join. And to be honest, in the past, she hasn't been able to join because she couldn't keep up with her friends. But now she has an e-bike and she can keep up because she has an e-bike. But now the city has said that she can't join her friends. She's not a senior. She is not disabled. She's just less fit. I would wager many of our constituents fall into this category and feel very unseen. I think many people don't understand the access that e-bikes are giving to the many, many of us who previously could not get out there and enjoy our trails. This is why I agree with Councilmember Tanaka that we should be restricting the behavior, not the device. So I was hoping we were going to get an amendment that allowed e-bikes, but limited the miles per hour to 10 miles per hour, as Councilmember Burt suggested, for e-bikes and all bikes. I had thought that the initial amendment was headed in that direction to reduce the speed limit as a modification of Regulation 18, which is the e-bike and bike chart, rather than a modification of Regulation 20, which currently sets trail use speed limits at 15 miles per hour. It sounds like that is not the case, that the proposed amendment or the proposed consideration on speed is not going to get to whether e-bikes are allowed in the unpaved Baylands areas. So we are effectively saying, if you're a senior, okay. If you're disabled, the ADA covers you. But if you're just overweight, unfit, have a bad hip, knee, or ankle, you're out of luck. Meet your friends back at the parking lot after they've had a great time and see what you've missed by going to their Instagram story. It really doesn't sit well with me. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Let me just address a couple of the concerns that were raised. So Class 1 e-bikes require pedaling. People may not everybody on the council may not understand that distinction, but it's pedal assisted, but you must pedal. Class 2 and Class 3 do not. That's a really important distinction. As far as 15 feet, this is where we have roads that in these areas that I believe are less than 15 feet, but they're called dual track. So you have tires that can go down both sides, or you could have people going in two different directions that are very separated. Some of those may be as narrow as 12 feet. I don't know the number, but that's why I was not attempting to stipulate a width, which is instead to simply ask that they evaluate roads. And then on the streamline part, we can have a process by which someone can go through an application, but it can be either simple or complicated in a way that is discouraging. For instance, our Foothills Park passes, I would say, are streamlined. It's real simple to get them, our annual passes. And that's why I think streamline adds to the guidance that have been given. Lastly, my preference would be to regulate the behavior and to restrict the speed. But I didn't, from the sense of colleagues, it did not seem to have majority support, and that's why I propose this. If Councilmember Lithcott Hames would want to propose an amendment, and we could vote on that separately, then that might be a path to see whether there is majority support for that. That's not what I thought I was hearing from colleagues, unfortunately.
Okay, I am also going to be calling the question after Councilmember Tanaka goes. I see Councilmember Lithcott after Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, great. So I thought Councilmember Lithcott Haynes made a lot of really good points. Electric bikes have really democratized access to biking, as well as access to our open space and trails. And I really worried that because this is so focused on the device, it's electric, so it's evil, versus bad behavior, which is really what I think all of us are trying to do, is make sure that there's not bad behavior, that people aren't running people over or scaring people or making a nuisance of themselves. I think that's really what it is. And whether it's on a regular bike or e-bike, it's the behavior that we're worried about, not the fact that it's electric or not electric. And so I think this is in the right spirit, but I think it's misguided. I also think that some of this is counter to our climate change goals. And so when the mayor does call the vote, I'm going to ask that we split this vote. Those parts I support. So I support C1, C3, and D. And the other ones, A, B, and C2, I don't support. So if you guys could do that, I'd really appreciate it.
Madam Attorney, can you look at that and then let me know later after we hear from Councilmember Lithcott Haynes? Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too have been trying to figure out what is potentially passable here with my colleagues, trying to get a really good outcome here that serves all constituents and that addresses the various concerns. I am less up on my procedural how-tos, and I think I'm allowed to perhaps offer a different amendment. And so I'm going to do that. So let me see if I can figure out what I'm trying to do. Obviously, the ordinance is fine. The ordinance says nothing. The ordinance says, look to the regulations. So the ordinance we can pass. I'm fine with how A is written. B says support the updated parks and open space regulations R118 and 37 to regulate electric bicycles and electric coasting devices. So it's R18 that currently wants to say that we can't have e-bikes on unpaved trails in open space. And that is the piece that I'm trying to hone in on as a matter of regulate behavior rather than devices. So I think what I want to do is keep on with A, B, and then C. My amendment would be, my amendment is refer to staff for consideration for all bikes in baylands and estuary preserves, allowing e-bikes and bicycles with a speed limit of 10 miles per hour. So I'm taking Councilmember Burt's suggestion of 10, which I trust him on because he's a cyclist, and essentially modifying what is currently C1 with the language that I just articulated. I offer other friendly suggestions, those who are trying to understand what I'm trying to get at. Please
I think that there's enough difference in that, that I would suggest you characterize that as the clerk has, as a substitute motion.
Okay.
So that leaves everything intact, and we may return to that if the substitute motion does not pass. And then I think what you want to do in your substitute motion, following what you said, is repeat A. And then
repeat B.
Except that I don't think you want all of B, because it does not allow, based on what I heard you say, it does not allow the bicycles, the
That's right.
electric bikes in
That's right.
unpaved areas. So I think in lieu of B, you want to direct staff to update the parks and open space regulations to, and then whatever you said, allow electric bicycle, I'm making this up, you tell me if I heard it right, allow electric bicycles where bicycles are allowed with the speed limit for all bicycles and electric bicycles of no more than 10 miles per hour.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you for that.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, so were you trying to make?
Let's see, it might be worth, as the attorney and clerk are working through the language, Councilmember Lithcott-Ames, might I get some clarification? As stated, this suggests that e-bikes would be allowed on all trails. The payback and PRC discussion, I believe, was limited to was really ultimately limited on the wide trails at Baylands where e-bikes would be allowed. Maybe worth clarifying your intent.
Yes,
there.
absolutely. I'm certainly not trying to expand beyond what was recommended by those advocating for e-bike access in these places.
Tanaka, yes. So, well, we were just discussing the possibility of limiting this to the, what's the right term, Darren? White trail.
Trails of Baylands Nature Preserve.
Yes, I accept that.
Instead of where all bicycles are allowed. So you strike that clause and replace it with wide trails at the Baylands.
Councilmember Burt had said Baylands and Arastradero. I am not a cyclist, so I don't appreciate the nuanced differences there. But if Councilmember Burt thought that they should be explicitly both mentioned, then I'm inclined to keep that in. Perhaps he can weigh in.
Just to help with the language, I think on the word wide seems very vague. So the reason I had put 15 feet before was I was looking at Penny Elson's note to council. She's on payback. She's on that commission. She was writing in support of use, and she mentioned the Adobe Creek Loop Trail. She said in certain instances, these trails greatly exceed 17 feet, and cited the Adobe Creek Loop Trail at Baylands we've been talking about. She said the width exceeds the 12-foot minimum standard for multi-use trails. and Palo Alto's preferred standard of 15 feet to provide comfortable and safe passing distance between pedestrians and bicyclists. So that's why I picked 15. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what I.
Let's let them finish the.
Well, it was to this, it's for the word wide. It's helping language.
Yes,
You don't have to accept it, but
No,
that's
I
why.
appreciate that.
Just when you know why.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilmember Vinker.
So thought from staff is 12 feet or wider, if that helps reduce the subjectivity. And again, just to clarify what's written here, the question of whether that should include a Rostradero Preserve.
Yes, and I think that was directed to me. So we also, even though payback was focused on the Baylands, we have a whole network of what were, our gravel roads and fire lanes in Rastero Preserve that are akin to what we're talking about in Baylands.
So are they adequately addressed by this trails 12 feet or wider, Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. And it's, it staff and Parks and Rec may determine that certain of them are not appropriate. And that's, I think we've given them that latitude.
All right, let's take a vote on the substitute motion.
Wait, can we have some discussion on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sure.
First, wait, sorry, do the maker and seconder get to say something about the motion or no?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Go ahead and speak on that. Did you have further comments, Maker?
I don't have anything further to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I think this is much better because this is getting at the behavior, right? The bad behavior versus the device. So I think the council member did a good job on this. The only couple of things that I might want to suggest and want to see if the maker might be open to it is there's a couple of things from the other motion that I think are good to have in here as well. Like for instance, bike parking at the trailhead, right? As an example. So I don't know whether you're open to carrying over some of those items.
May I ask procedurally, if the substitute motion is written was to pass, does it then supplant A and B on the underlying motion and we can continue to look at the remaining letters?
Yes, it would supplant A and B on the other side, and you could continue your discussion and add additional
Okay,
elements.
then that's fine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, so comments, Councilmember Lowing?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to go back to what Councilmember Lithgow-Hames said and maybe write a different ending for your story because they're her friends. And what I think they would say is that, hey, your knee is bad right now. Let's just meet at the bike sculpture right on the frontage road there. We can ride from there on pavement all the way and get over to Embarcadero. I'm sorry, get over to Shoreline and go by the bikes, by the lake and have a great ride. So I don't think that just having that one sort of section of Baylands nullifies the ability for people, as I said before, to see great nature on paved roads. So that's the first thing I would like to suggest for your second ending. Secondly, doing this absolutely reverses exactly what PRC wanted to do, which was for now to protect that because we don't have enough data. It reverses what all of the environmental groups just testified for, that now is not the time to do this. And a lot of weighty environmental groups who have some expertise in this because there's just no data. And it does not take into account the 88% of the public that wrote us and said, we don't want those bikes there right now. So it is indeed a substitute motion. It turns it completely upside down. And there's no intent here, I don't think, by the PRC or any of us to be discriminatory at all. It's just a question of, as they said, the balance and the trade-offs, and right now what we know. And I just think that there's plenty of places to see nature from a paved trail in a lot of areas, even from the street, but I'm not talking about that. So that's why I don't think that in this context, from where this has come and the years worth of work that PRC did for the research, that I can't support that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question of Chair Greenfield. I believe at the Parks and Recreation Commission, there was a discussion of a speed limit. Can you just briefly kind of discuss what that discussion entailed and why the PRC did not pursue this recommendation?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. I do not recall the specific discussion about the speed limit. Perhaps one of my commission colleagues or Assistant Director Darren Anderson would be able to help here.
Yeah, I'm glad to chime in on that. Thanks, Vice Mayor Stone. While we talked about the speed limit, we didn't talk about a lower one with the PRC or the payback group.
Sorry. And I didn't mean lower, I just meant why. I thought I recalled there being some discussion around speed limit and why that was not the, recommended as the solution here.
I see what you're saying, right? The behavior and speed as opposed to the class of bike. We sort of straddled the line there. We took out the classification, so we just lumped all e-bikes together. But the speed we didn't think was adequate enough to address the sensitive areas of open space, in particular the Baylands.
Madam Clerk, can we take the vote on a substitute motion, please?
Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcut Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
motion fails 4-3.
Okay, let's return to the original motion. And Councilmember Lifcut Hames?
Yes, I had rung in before you called the question or as you were calling the question. So I guess now in response to the motion on the table, what I will offer is we've been told that the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District allows e-bikes on unpaved trails in their Ravenswood Preserve. Did someone say no? Okay. Somebody in the audience has said no. I'm reading information from another constituent who said this was true, which is part of why I found it compelling. And we've been told that Palo Alto Open Space Director Yoriko Kishimoto, commenting on a consultant study of a pilot program, said there was not much difference in the results of the pilot program between e-bikes and regular bikes. The big decision was to allow bikes on trails. So I'm feeling that there is evidence out there that it's regulating the speed. It's not regulating the type of vehicle. And to my friend, Councilmember Lowing's story, it's easier to tell your friends you have a bad knee than to have to say, I don't have the level of fitness that you have. And that's where people get precluded from participating in recreational outings with friends, which I really fear that this decision we're about to make perpetuates.
Okay, I just have one area that I wanted to see if C2, is it necessary to keep Baylands and Arastadero in there because it's at C itself?
She just means that the words, delete the words Baylands and Arastradero. Yes,
Is that
there.
okay with you, maker of the? All right. And
And were we going to try to take D out separately into a separate motion?
yes, we will take D out and vote on D separately.
And Councilmember Tanaka asked for some other pieces to be separated as well. Can you remind me?
Yes. I wanted to split out C1. Oh, I can't see it anymore. Wait. Okay, yeah, C1, C3, and D. So I'll support C1, C3, and D, but not the rest.
Okay. So it looks like, Madam Mayor, you can take A and B together. And then you need to pull out C1 and C3. Those can go together, and then C2, and then D. There'll be a lot of voting here.
Or you could do A, B, C2, and then C1, C3, and D.
So we're going to do A, B, C2.
Yes, just stop there and
Just
take a
stop
vote on
there,
that.
right.
Mhm.
All right. Sorry to confuse you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to do A, B, C2. Yes.
Okay, for A, B, and C2, Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Oh, my God. No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. Now we're going to do C1 and 3. No, D is separate.
Okay, you want D separate?
Yes, please.
Okay, so just for C, sub bullets 1 and 3, Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And now we're going to do letter D as in Delta.
Okay. Okay, just item D, Councilmember Vinker. Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion fails 4-3.
Thank you. And this closes e-bikes, item number 7. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, but I would also like to see if my colleagues are willing to switch item number 9 and number 8, because we have our guest here from Townsend Public Affairs, and I don't want to keep him all night. And he's from Sacramento, so thank you. Is it okay with colleagues? Okay, thank you. So we're going to switch 9 and 8. Item is an item that's rescheduled from February 6, 2023 is the professional services agreement with Townsend Public Affairs contract. Staff, do you have a presentation?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager, and I'm here with Ms. Christine Paras, Assistant Director for the Administrative Services Department. The item brought to you today was pulled from the consent calendar on February 6th. So we summarized the information in a memo that had been included in the prior memo, just reorganized it, and we're just going to high level that information in a slide deck for you today, just a few slides. So just as background for legislative services, the city has had legislative advocates in both DC and Sacramento since around the early 2010s. This helps ensure that our needs and positions are known and considered at both levels. It lets us be aware of things coming forward, such as some funding opportunities like ARPA and things like that over the last few years that have been great, even our Home Key Award. And also it helps us establish relationships in the state and at the federal level, just to really make sure that Palo Alto's interests and positions are known. For the grant consulting services, we began a 12-month pilot a year ago to support the city in seeking and applying for grant opportunities. This is a relatively new body of work for the city and intentionally ongoing seeking the grant opportunities, as well as trying to help the city apply for them and continue to follow up on the requirements after we are successful in getting grant awards. So we'll go to the next slide. This is sort of the ecosystem of how it all works together. There are 5 buckets, but we're really just talking about 3 areas of service. There's federal advocacy in the blue box at the top, or blue circle at the top, state advocacy, and then there are the 3 ovals or circles related to grants. First is grant proposal development and submission. Then there's grant finding and evaluation and grant compliance. There are plenty of grants out there, but we are not eligible for all of them. So having the assistance to really help us comb through the different grant opportunities, see what is applicable to Palo Alto, have the assistance applying, and again, then making sure that we can comply and make ourselves known as successful partners so that we can be competitive for future grants. So all 3 of those green circles are critical for the grant ecosystem, and our state and federal lobbying efforts really contribute to our success in all of them.
Hi, good evening. Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services, and I'll briefly go through the solicitation process that we followed and as well as the evaluation. For this solicitation, this slide summarizes at a snapshot what happened there. We followed the city's standard practice for competitive solicitation as outlined by the municipal code and the purchasing policy. Here we have, we issued the RFP in late August and posted it for about 35 days. We conducted a pre-proposal meeting on September 6th, which allowed prospective firms to answer any questions of us or get clarification of the RFP or the process. Out of the 7 firms that proposed, 6 firms attended the pre-conference. The proposals that we received range in price from $40,000 annually to $186,000 annually. The next slide summarizes the results of the evaluation. We assembled a committee of staff from Administrative Services, Public Works, and the City Manager's Office to review all the proposals received. It was a 2-round process in which the evaluation committee reviewed and evaluated services individually based on criteria outlined in the RFP document. Following that first round of scoring, the top 3 firms were moved to the second round of interviews, and those firms are noted here with the plus signs in each service area. After the first round of interviews, first round of proposal evaluations, staff had noted there was a great point gap in the top three firms that proposed and the next number 4 firm, there was a significant gap in points. So as a result, these firms, Alcalde and Fay, Townsend Public Affairs, and Van Schoing Associates were selected for an interview. So after interviews and scoring, Townsend scored the highest, and we also considered the firm's cost proposal and the services provided. I wanted to briefly touch on performance expectations as far as the grant services. And as Ms. Cotton Gaines noted, one of the key areas that staff needs support in is identifying and applying for grants. Another area that staff needed much support as we get this program and more structure around this program is compliance for the grants and really understanding those rules and regulations so that we could really, meet those requirements in the grant. So here on this list is 4 bullet points that we're really trying to monitor as we work with our grant consultant, which is an effective and targeted approach with matching the city's identified funding needs, helping us prioritize those opportunities by balancing those funding needs with resource capacity in departments, and really to help us understand best practices in ensuring successful grant applications. And finally, the compliance component that I mentioned.
Thank you. In terms of performance expectations for legislative services, there are also quite a few. As I referenced before, effective and targeted approach to legislative advocacy in both Sacramento and Washington, D.C. We had a discussion with the City Council in June of 2021 as a touch point in our legislative program to see if it made sense and how we wanted to shift our legislative approach. Did we want to send a letter on every single bill that we opposed in Sacramento? Did we want to make our voice heard on any piece of legislation that sort of rubbed us the wrong way? Or did we want to sort of do a watch and see, strategically look at the bills and go more methodically into the conversations in Sacramento so that we're making sure that when we are putting our voice out there, that it is really reflecting what we want as a city and that it's most effective and that we're also building relationships. Part of that also is supporting legislation that is coming from some of the lawmakers where we may often want to oppose many of their bills if there's one that we could support. That's the relationship building aspect. So in June 2021, that was the council's direction, was to take this more strategic approach, which is relationship based and sort of thinking long game and making sure that Palo Alto's interests are still represented. That's one of the performance expectations. The next 2 bullets you see of implementing the Palo Alto legislative work plans and helping to develop an advocacy strategy to advance the city priorities. As you know, you adopt your 4 council priorities each year. You also adopt the legislative guidelines each year at the end of the year. So between those 2 documents, we use that as a guide for how we will find the bills that the city will be supporting, opposing, et cetera. So that's kind of the basis of where we find a lot of our legislative work. We do still bring bills to the city council for you to let us know the direction, but we have a very good baseline with the legislative guidelines and the work plan, as well as the council priorities. The next one is developing analysis and drafting letters and resolutions to assist us. So in the past, our legislative advocates have helped us draft the letters. We continue to refine them. They help us draft resolutions if we need it as well. They make presentations to the city council, and the Policy and Services Committee has been also important. This year in our work plan, our intention is to bring more of those conversations directly to the full city council, knowing that there's more interest in the full council providing direction on that. So that's a performance expectation that we communicated to the various vendors. Lastly, providing regular updates to the council and staff and receiving feedback from the council is an expectation that we're building into this upcoming contract to ensure that the interests of the council are represented and that the firm does know what the interests of the council are and can move forward on those. I would like to note that presently in this moment, the contracts for our legislative advocacy services have expired as of December 2022. And so we're in an in-between time at this point. And so the recommendations that we will go over with you in a couple of slides reflect options that will allow us to have coverage at least for this year, knowing that there are many interests of the city council, which we've heard even expressed over the last few discussions for the last few council meetings. Next slide, please. So the timeline, which is the legislative work plan that we brought to you, we made a few modifications here. So reviewing previous legislation as well as adopting the legislative guidelines, that work was done at the end of last year. We held off on a reception or dinner this year as we were figuring out this contract and also working with legislative schedules, but we really would like to do that at the beginning of next year. It's a great opportunity for us to be in front of our delegation and share the interests of the city, in addition to inviting them to council or any other tools that we may want to use. Around April or March, the National League of Cities Conference occurs, and we typically pair meetings with our Washington, DC delegation with that conference. I believe we have at least one delegate going this year. In April, doing a similar visit to Sacramento, meeting with different agencies as well as our delegation there. Around May, legislative update at the Policy and Services Committee and then full council. And then in the summer, around August, it's the end of the state legislative session, and the governor has 30 days to sign bills. So any touch points we have with the city council will be in context of some of these key dates at the state level particularly. So that brings us to our recommendation slide. Our original recommendation is for approval of this contract for professional services agreement with Townsend Public Affairs for grants as well as state and federal legislative services. And that would be for 3 years with the option to renew for 2 one-year periods. An alternative recommendation, understanding that there are some questions around if we wanted to jump straight into the 3-year contract, is to just do a 1-year contract, have the coverage and have 4 options to renew if that were of interest to the council. So with that, that concludes our recommendation, our presentation with the options for recommendation, and we're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
We'll get the timer up in 1 second. Mr. Aram James, you're the first speaker. You can go ahead and unmute while I get the timer going and start speaking.
Okay, so to Townsend, I'd like to know whether you're familiar, and maybe one of the city council members that is friendly to me would make sure that they answer this question. They may have to answer it again. And I'm looking for, am I on, is the timer on for me?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm not seeing the time.
You can keep speaking, sir.
Well, I'd like to see the timer so that I can gauge the length of my talk, if you wouldn't mind. That's the way we do it. I can't follow how much time in my argument. It's an important point.
I'm trying to be efficient, sir.
Okay, could you start my time again, please? Could you start my time again? Thank you very, very much. Okay, and I'm trying to be efficient too. State Assemblyman Dr. Corey Jackson introduced AB 742 on February 13th of this year, co-sponsored by Assemblyman Ash Kalara. In summary, it would prohibit the use of police canines biting human beings. Dr. Corey Jackson quoted Malcolm X at the end of the press conference that I attended. 100 years ago, the American white men used to put on a white sheet and use a bloodhound against quote unquote Negroes. I would change that to African Americans. Today, they have taken off the white sheet and put on police uniforms and traded in the bloodhounds for police, and they're still doing the same thing. African Americans are hugely disproportionately attacked by police canines. Police canine bites are the most likely police use of force to take a citizen anywhere across this country to the hospital. The number of bites is an extraordinary number. The lawsuits that grow out of these are result in enormous judgments every year. The police use of canines, as Malcolm X so eloquently pointed out in the quote that I just read, goes back to the original slave catchers. And still today, you will find that most of the police pushback that I've seen so far to AB 742 is, guess who? White cops. Breeded to be white nationalists. And, the statistics bear this out. About 80% of law enforcement is far right wingers. Okay. And they support this kind of brutality against African Americans and other people of color. And they often do it gratuitously and with great glee. So it's critical to me that we ban the use of forced canines. Assemblymember Jackson, and by the way, this is supported by the ACLU and the NAACP, Dr. Corey Jackson and Assemblyman Dr. Corey Jackson made it clear that we would still use these canines for rescue operations, to sniff out drugs if we're not doing it consistently against African Americans, and for other legitimate purposes, but absolutely not to attack and sometimes even kill African Americans. The Marshall Project sparked this debate, 13-part series by Marshall, and as in Thurgood Marshall, that won the 13-part series that won the 2020 Pulitzer Prize. I really want to know whether you're going to be paying attention, to the Townsend firm, to the progress of this bill. Thank you very much.
All right, and our next speaker is Jennifer Landisman.
Hi, thank you. In the packet on this topic, it states that working with city staff and council, plans are developed about Palo Alto's needs in DC and Sacramento. So I don't see when council does this work and the strategic work that council decided about in 2021. But whoever's doing the work, the city urgently needs to be transparent and show a work plan for legislative priorities in 2023 regarding the FAA reauthorization. Where does the city stand? What will you go to bat for? Who do you want to reach out to? What do you want Townsend's May update to look like regarding airplane noise? Or are you going to pass on deliberating this at all? Will the city take positions as an airport or as a representative for neighborhoods negatively affected by FAA and airports? Back of the envelope, value for the city is greater if you invest in reducing noise than making more of it. If you want people to come live here and invest here, shiny machines at PAO are not what will make somebody invest. It's the long-term outlook for neighborhoods and what directly affects people, not Joby's profits. The FAA reauthorization discussions have already begun in DC. In the list of agencies to lobby that are in the packet, I don't see the FAA or the Council on Environmental Quality. I would suggest adding both. So when you voted on 2023 priorities, it was to provide significant resources this year to these topics that you have stated you care about. Please, council, take up this issue as soon as possible. Engage Townsend or the various partners with specific positions, priorities, because the steps that you take now matter in the legislative timeline. And it really can't wait for all the work that you're planning on doing about the 60 plus projects. Thank you.
Okay, and that is our last request to speak.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to council. So I don't see any lights. So, council member. Okay. Okay. I'll go first then. Madam Clerk, could you bring up my slide? So the reason I pulled this is because I want to, I understand the presentation that Ms. Gaines provided and saying that in June 2021, that we want to include strategic interactions with lawmakers, right? And, for the most part, yes, we do want to do that, but we have a changing landscape now. I think the lawmakers are taking a lot more local control, especially in land use. And I think that we need to understand what is it that lawmakers are, what their proposed bills are, what their proposed Senate bills and Assembly bills are. And I think I brought this up before in policy services. Townsend does a good job in representing us in a high level, seeing what kind of fundings we need, etc. However, when it comes to analyzing bills, we're left in the position of just looking at a summary of each bill, and there are thousands that comes out every year. So they give us a very short summary, whereas some of the other cities, they have analysis done. And I understand that Townsend had said that there's a lot of bills, but I think a lot of cities also have, would like to preserve their local zoning, land use, and controls. And I think that, they have, some of these cities have very similar ideas, and we could always use the same information, bring it here, and then provide it to us in an analytical format with pros and cons. And if you roll up on this, you'll see that there's bill information, very short. It takes you to the legislative. Then if you scroll down, there's a summary, there's a status, there's support, don't support. Madam Clerk, if you could roll it up a little bit more. And it also show who is in support and who is in opposition, and what is the recommendation from Townsend themselves. I think that's very, very helpful. And as I said before, all of this, it just, it's from the time we had legislative lobbyists, it has not been this kind of climate where there's so much bills that we can hardly track that has been imposed upon cities and counties. So I think, having analysis of bills is very important. And that's why I had pulled it, was because I want my colleagues to consider this new point. And it is very important to have clarity about whether we want to be involved in discussing and analyzing a bill, and then actually understand what we're going to be getting into once this bill passes, or we just sit back and, let it happen to us. And I think if we just sit back and let what happens to us happen to us, then we're actually not really representing and doing our due diligence towards our the residents who live here and people who expect us to represent them and to make the better decision for the greater good of this city. So this is one of my main issues, and I want to make sure that we do have that included into our contract. My second question would be what Ms. Landesman brought up about on the federal side, if there is any recommendations or any means of interacting with Department of Transportation or FAA or some of our congressional representatives, and seeing how we could address airplane noise and environmental issues. That's all for me.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The reference page is in the scope of work, page 18 of 28 is the contract numbers. My apologies if they're different for the packet page. It's a sampling of the different agencies. And so I believe that TPA, we would need to run this by them and get their thumbs up as they're signing the contract as well. But I believe they would be amenable to having those relationships as well with DOT and FAA. And I believe they do already. I just would need to verify that.
And then in terms of the analysis of each of these state bills, that, I think that Mr. DeLuca can also work with Mr. Casey in terms of seeing what kind of bills that he's analyzing for other cities that have similar foundational principles, and bring it to us as well. I attend a lot of meetings with the other officials, and they basically have these analysis and could kind of go through the bill, whereas I have to actually depend on them. And I'm not going to repeat myself again, but I think it is actually prudent that we know what we are dealt by the state.
Let me, if I could add, I think it's fair to conclude that the type of analysis that you showed, Mayor, would be, I think, very easily accommodated within this contract. At the same time, I think it raises the question of how does that analysis result in action by the city? The system that we currently have uses the legislative priorities that then guide the follow-up action, which if an issue is flagged for support or opposition, then the mayor would typically send a letter of support or opposition. Perhaps the more involved issues would be ones that require discussion and position and direction from the council. So currently we're set up to do that through the Policy and Services Committee. And depending on the volume of bills that the council would like to engage with, that may or may not, quite frankly, be a functional approach, simply because of the volume of analyses that would be required and the time that would be needed from the committee, then potentially to the full council for a decision. So I just want to flag that because it's somewhat compartmental. You've got the contract in front of you, and then how we actually act based upon the policy directions are somewhat separable issues.
And so when would I be able to explore finding out what goes into the contract then? Because that has an impact on the contract.
Actually, no, I don't think it has an impact on the contract. I think, again, that type of analysis would be accommodated here. To be honest, I'm telling you that your primary constraint will be the time you have to dedicate to debating positions on bills, providing direction, and then doing the follow-up needed.
Because at this time, I'm basically, what I'm seeing is that staff is deciding on what type of bills that we're going to be looking at, unless one of us or two of us bring it up and actually say, I have concerns about, SB 9 or SB 10. And I think we have one coming up that is another SB, I forget the number, which takes away our ability to decide on a application or application for housing, and actually leaves it to the planning director. So, these kind of things, until I bring it up or someone else brings it up, we're not going to visit it. So I do have concerns about that.
I think this is addressing your question, Mayor. This year, it's been clear from our conversations that the full council wants more opportunities to be able to have bills brought forward to you. For example, this year, there's over 2,600 bills. So I think the idea of having analysis on some bills that are high impact is absolutely doable. It wouldn't be on the 2,600. And I think that we have brought some bills forward to council based off of our analysis and things that we think that we can have impact on. And the council has also historically shared information with us of bills that you are seeing or hearing about through the league. I think the back and forth conversation there is useful. But if there's some additional direction on top of the legislative guidelines of how like particular areas that the council really wants to say, make sure you do not miss any bill on XXX, we can definitely be more diligent with that. I'm not sure if that's entirely addressing your concern, Mayor, but I'm hopeful that it is. In terms of the contract, I think that you have space to do that here.
Okay, I just want to know that there's space, but I don't think I have my questions completely answered, but I have gone over my minutes, so I'm gonna come back to it later. Councilmember Vinkler.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. That was a really interesting, actually, and helpful exchange for me as I'm thinking about this contract. And so it sounds like your question is more about the scope of work and not necessarily Townsend as opposed to other candidates. And I think we can, I don't know what the right forum is or venue to talk about this is, but perhaps there is some way through policy and services that we can help be a filter, a funnel, a something, come back to council with some proposal for how we can liaise with Thompson. But, it's not just the 2,600 bills. It's, they'll tell us like when certain ones, when in the calendar is the right time to look at them, which committees are, which chairs are going to get things through, how it fits in with the whole budget process. I mean, there's a whole thing that goes on in Sacramento that, we don't necessarily have to look at all 2,600 to be well informed, but we need to have some kind of filtration process so it's not just random. And it may be that one of the things PNS should do is to work with Townsend to propose to the full council what that is to make sure we're aware so that we can make then those policy decisions on what we support and what we don't. I don't know, you all have been doing this longer, but does some version of that? And of course, the chair is sitting to my right. Anyway, so my questions were more mechanical, I guess, on the actual contract. I've had the pleasure of negotiating quite a number of professional services contracts in my career for giant firms, for very small firms. But actually, before I get there was one more question I had. You mentioned the legislative dinner that we kind of missed because of the timing of this. Is there any reason not to do that later in the year? I mean, our representatives are working through the year, the legislative calendar. They do certain things before their summer recess. They do certain things after.
There's flexibility around when we do it. We were timing it off of the earlier part of session, just so that at least for the state level, it was an opportunity to get in front of them before things were like all the amendments were made and all the bills were submitted. But there's tons of flexibility and it's a relatively newer concept for us, so we can iterate absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I would just urge us to consider that, in conjunction with our consultants as to whether that's still worthwhile, because I think a lot of action is yet to happen. So one of the things that came up was this 1 year versus 3 year, and I would recommend the 1 year. One of the questions I had on the mechanics of the contract. So, and I'd gone back and forth with staff a little bit about this. It's labeled as a do not exceed, but this is essentially what I would call a flat fee contract, where it's $15,500 per month. But yet in Exhibit C1, there are hourly rates. If you take a blended rate of about, I don't know, $300, just to round up, there's, it goes above and below that. We're talking about, that would cover approximately 50 hours per month of staff time, of Townsend staff. And the contract says we don't pay if they exceed those hours. But what if they don't hit it? We still pay that, right? And how do we know? Do they give us hourly statements so we know who has worked at what rate and that they've hit it or not? It was unclear to me. I looked at section 5, which is invoices, and there's an or in that paragraph. So I didn't know what kind of invoice you send us. So let's say they expend, $14,000 worth of services per month. Do we know that? Or if they expend 16,000 worth, but we only get billed 15,500. Like how does that work? Because if it's when we pay a flat fee, and this is why I'm suggesting 1 year only, how do we know they're actually working the hours so we're getting our money's worth? That's our question. I don't know if I should direct it to the representative.
The contract structured from a compensation fee perspective as a flat retainer every month. We wanted to include the hourly rates in case any kind of breakdown or analysis of that work is needed. We certainly have the flexibility to ask Townsend for that additional detail and include it in our invoice for the monthly payment if needed.
Well, that was my question. So by default, they do or do not? By default, they do show us the hours worked or do not show us the hours worked?
They do not.
Because that way we have no way of knowing whether, we're essentially getting our money's worth.
At least for the structure that we've seen for this contract and even the prior ones, it's been the flat retainer amount as it ebbs and flows, where sometimes we're asking for exceedingly more and sometimes it's about the average amount. So what we've seen for the grant consulting services as well as our federal advocacy services and state, it's been the flat amount without all the detail, but we could request the detail in an invoice if that is advantageous to make sure that we're not getting less than, but on average, we push them pretty far.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting we don't, and I'm not suggesting we don't do the flat fee structure. I just think knowing that over the course of 6 months, it comes out roughly, right, is a good thing to know before we would engage in year 2 and 3 and et cetera. The other piece was that there's a bundled discount by doing the grant, the 3 buckets. I guess because it's a flat fee, we will necessarily get that. Because that's the other thing, like what if we didn't reach, this is hard to say. I guess because we don't get any discount if they don't work those hours. So we will get the discounted fee, I guess, the bundled, as long as we go for all 3 services. Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
Because the way it's written in the contract, in that chart, it's not clear, but okay. Then lastly, because I'm probably running out of time. So I also noticed, and I mentioned this before, that on page 119 of the packet, where it mentions the key state committees, that none of the ones on climate are listed there, and there are many. And I was told these were just examples, but they are identified as key. So I just want to make sure with our representative in the room that climate's a big deal for us, and there's quite a number of committees, and I would hope that we could establish relationships with them at the state level. And then on page 122, there are federal departments mentioned, and similarly, the Department of Energy is not there. And I would like to note that we do have a relationship with the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Energy, who came out to our climate summit in November. His name is Dr. Nori, and I would think that's a relationship we would want to nurture under this contract. So I don't know whether we need to write those in there, but I think there's significant omissions, because like housing is in there, but climate is not. So I would urge that we add those. And I think those are all of my comments. So thank you so much.
And we can definitely add those agencies.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, one of the reasons that I was interested in pulling this item is that a number of us on the council were surprised to see this come forward as a consent calendar item, a very significant change, which may be a good change in our approach to having one firm handle all 3 of these categories of federal, state, and then grants. And in the past, the council has been involved when it's been a good number of years since we've made any changes along these lines. But it kind of begs the question of kind of who are the clients? And in this case, the client is the city, but it is both staff that's working with the consultants on a routine basis, but it is also the council who works with these lobbyists on advocacy with legislators. And the council has, to varying degrees, has a significant engagement with them. And the council input in the past was sought out, and I'm trying to remember the process by which that was done, whether it was through policy and services or other committees. But this thing went down a whole path and a selection process that wasn't really known to the council. There was no input from the council on the criteria, which I think, when you, depending on what you put in, you get different outcomes. And this may be a great outcome, but the council really hasn't been involved there. And I think that should have occurred. And that goes into the question of how long-term of a contract we want to go into right now. Second, in the case of both our past Sacramento lobbyists and our DC lobbyists, one of the things that we have found is that we got more for the same dollars that we paid on kind of a flat fee, the more engaged we were and the more specific we were in what we were seeking. And over the years, I've been told by both of these groups that, yeah, they can do more for us. We just have to be more clear in what we're seeking. Pardon me, I'm having voice problems. And so I think that needs to be part of our whole process here. It may or may not be directly part of the selection. One of the things that I had been concerned about is seeing other local agencies pursuing grant opportunities more aggressive and in some cases obtaining more grant opportunities. A year and a half ago or so at the California League of Cities conference, there was one of these firms who was the keynoter of the Peninsula Cities chapter of the League of Cities, and these guys just specialize in California grants. And through that, they had a real depth that I had never seen before in familiarity and engagement on those grants. I know that from discussions with the city manager, initially there are apprehensions because frankly, when we get grants, there are significant administrative costs and staff time that go along with those, and that we weren't pursuing some of these grant opportunities because we didn't have the bandwidth for the administration. And then as we dug deeper with this consultant, it was explained to me that, oh, now we understand that the consultant will do a whole bunch of that administrative side, and I don't know exactly those boundaries. It doesn't eliminate the staff involvement, but it was a change, and it caused us to engage with them more. But this whole consolidating this, and I also saw that that firm California Consulting was listed as not particularly strong in their proposal on grant making. And that begs the other question of, okay, we judge this based on proposals. We didn't look at our knowledge of their capabilities, and or it's not, I shouldn't say that. I should say it's not clear to me how we looked at our knowledge of their capabilities, basically references in other cities nearby. Who are they using? What satisfactions are they receiving, and concerns do they have? And how do they get better results from those folks? And then how do we collaborate with appropriate partners on that, neighboring cities or otherwise? I'll give an example, is when we were thick in the high-speed rail efforts, 2009 through 2000, really 12, 13, and there was just, there were a huge number of pieces of legislation going through. We added a separate lobbying consulting firm that just was focusing on those issues for us. And we got great results, but we also leveraged with other cities and we leveraged community resources. At that time, we had one of the members of CARD who was doing a legislative tracking on a volunteer basis for us and a whole set of cities. We had the Peninsula Cities Consortium and others who shared common interests on this. And the lobbyists found that incredibly valuable. They didn't have the bandwidth to do what the citizens and volunteer was doing. It was great depth. It was an ongoing spreadsheet tracking the substance of each of these bills and their status. And that sort of approach really upped what we were able to get back as a result. Now, for instance, Councilmember Vinker was talking about on climate issues and legislation. There are nonprofit groups who are tracking a lot of this legislation, who we could collaborate with, or at least draw from their analysis free of charge and to leverage our resources. So those are the various concerns I have. I think that the city council needs to have a partnering role with staff. The council itself, as a political body, is a client in the political aspect of legislation. And yet we were just really excluded, to my knowledge, from even being aware that staff was looking at switching our DC consultants, dropping the grant consultants who we had recently engaged with, and consolidating all of them. That consolidation may in fact be the right decision. And we've seen that Townsend has provided us greater services on the state level in the last couple of years because we engaged with them more. And they were willing to do that, and they had that ability. But I didn't even know that they had a DC office, and they weren't the firm that they weren't providing for us on grant consulting to any significant degree that I'm aware of. When I asked about that 2 years ago, I didn't get this feedback that they have this strength in the grants that we're underutilizing. So I want to make sure that we're making right decisions, especially if we're really changing course in ways that I think the council is relatively in the dark on. So that begs the question, where do we go from here? I think we have a couple options of, do we do a one-year contract extension with our current providers and then have the council be more involved in including on, well, what are the criteria? What are we seeking? And we may or may not fully agree with what staff used as criteria. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, thank you. If we can respond to a couple of those items. Thank you. The one piece of that, thank you so much, Councilmember Burt, as well. further in the legislative process. And with that, we would just want direction from the city council of what you would like that to be for your legislative program, regardless of who our federal and state and grants advocates are. It is just making sure that we can meet the work plan that you're setting for us, and also that you have the level of engagement with the whichever firm we're working with on that. The second piece of it is the scope that we developed for the request for proposals process was based off of the dialogues that we had with the city council around the work plan. And so if we've missed anything in that, we understand, and that's part of why we wanted to provide options to the council. If there was a desire to further enhance or re-scope that out, we can totally address that and make those updates. In terms of the process used and the type of services, we offered it to whomever chose to bid on it. We can't go beyond what the procurement process allows us to do and what we're evaluating. We're evaluating the information that they submit in the actual proposal, which is standard for all of our contracts. And some proposals were very strong in the information that they provided and how they can meet the requests of the city. And some proposals had less information. So even if there's a giant body of information outside of what's written in front of us, just from a fairness perspective, we have to base our evaluation off what's presented to us in that process.
Okay, so I don't see any other lights. I think I'm going to try to move the alternative recommendation, which is
Actually, sorry, Mayor, I thought I hit it, but it didn't show up. Do you see it
oh, I
now?
didn't see your light. Okay. I think I am still going to go ahead and put forward the motion. And add in there a couple of points that Councilmember Burt brought up, which is to explore city council involvement, perhaps through an ad hoc committee, and to, I think Councilmember Burt said, develop a scope based on the legislative work plan that we have. And correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought I'll put something on the board. If I get a second, then we can do edits or have further amendments.
I will second.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to be talking on the motion. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to?
Sure, yeah, I didn't really get a chance to speak, but I'll kind of speak in general here. So first of all, you know, I would think that you shouldn't have had to pull this item because you as mayor should have been able to rearrange the agenda. I don't think staff should have like total control over the agenda. I think it's important that us elected officials do. So I guess in the future, I would think that you should just be able to rearrange the schedule, the agenda. I actually like what Councilmember Vinca was saying about the contract. I had the same exact thoughts, so well said, so I'm not going to repeat that. The one thing I was curious about, and I didn't see it in here, was how did the rates compare? And so I don't know if staff is able to shed some light on that, but that would be really helpful. So I'll keep talking as you guys think about it. And then, you know, I also like the 1 year approach. I think that's the right thing. I also wondered, because of all the things that Councilmember Vinker said about the performance, how do we judge performance? Because, you know, I kind of want to make sure that we get value for money, that we actually get what we want out of our lobbyist. And it's with the current arrangement, there's no real deliverables, right? There's no hard objectives. Like, well, we're going to get you this much grant money, or we're going to do this or that. It's just really fuzzy. So it's hard to know what do we get out of this. I mean, this is kind of like a flat retainer, but it's very loose in my opinion. So I would love to see some specific objectives that they need to achieve Or maybe after a year, they report back, say, hey, we did all this for you. Something like that would be really helpful. I think back at our federal lobbyist or prior federal lobbyist, and I'm actually okay with switching from them. I mean, we've been complaining about this airplane noise issue for some time, and it's very much a federal issue. And I really saw a lack of action there. And I think probably everyone here on this council probably would be okay with us going full bore or something on really trying to get airplane noise under control and try to actually make some headway with FAA. And so with that said, I kind of feel like what we should do, because it's not like this is only a certain number of hours, right? So it's not like a humongous contract. But I think probably what would help us help them is for us to be really clear about what our goals and objectives are. So, and I would suggest we focus on ones that we kind of all unite behind. Like, I think we could probably all unite behind airplane noise, I think. I'm not sure if I think so. Or for instance, more grant money to our city. I don't think anyone here is going to complain about us getting more grant money, right? So stuff like that, I think would be really good. The stuff that's a little bit more contentious, it's going to be hard for them to thread that needle. So in general, I think this motion is actually not bad. It's kind of like what I had in mind, although I really would like some sort of readout or some sort of objective as to what they're going to be doing for us clearly, versus just, the flat retainer thing also makes me a little bit nervous because I just don't know what we're getting for our money. So yeah, so maybe, I mean, I don't know if we have to have a motion, but that's something I would expect if I was, a year from now, look at this and, whether we're going to reapprove it, I'm going to want to see in the staff report very clear things that we got out of this, right? It's not good enough to just say, oh, they were our lobbyists for a year and let's renew the contract. That's not going to cut it for me. So I'm going to expect to see that we actually got something out of this relationship. And with that said as well, I agree with my fellow council members in that, we're the political body and the lobbyists are here to help us to amplify our effectiveness as a political body. Staff is not a political body, right? Staff is supposed to execute council wishes. So I do agree also that we probably should have a bit more control over this whole process than what we've done so far. And I think we should be able to interact with the lobbyists directly because a lot of us have those relationships as well. And it doesn't make sense that everything has to be filtered through staff. It's all staff controlled. That doesn't make sense to me. I think us as council members, as the political body, as elected officials of the city, as us ones paying the bill here or approving the bill, should have control. And so I also kind of concerned a little bit about how staff controls it versus us having access. Anyways, that's my thoughts. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka, within your comments, you mentioned how towns in public affairs fell on the range of fees. Table 1 in the staff report, also on slide 4, we included the proposal price range that ranged 40,000.
No, I saw that. But how does it compare against the last people?
I'm sorry?
How does it compare against the last lobbyist? So yeah, I mean, that's a common issue with staff reports is you tell us what the fees are now, but I don't know whether they're high or low because a lot of times the fees before are not listed, even though you guys know them. And yeah, sure, I could go, dig back through years of agendas and find it, but it makes it much easier for us as council members if you can list the fees. Like, okay, it was $300 an hour for this level person in the contract last time, and it's $300 this time, or it's $400 this time, or whatever. But we know it's good or bad by what it was before. Or the other competitors that bid in on this. But when you just give us a number and don't give us any reference point, and that's why I reject some of these consent items, is because it lacks a basis, right? There's no reference point for us to know whether it's good or bad because there's a lack of that kind of information for us. And it's very easy for you guys to do because you guys have it. But as us as council members, we have to go dig it up and it's very difficult.
Yeah. Our apologies, Councilmember Tanaka. We misunderstood your question there. These rates are less than the previous provider, especially with the bundled all 3 services.
Okay,
the
so
monthly amount is less. We can share that, but just to your question of higher or lower, it is lower.
Okay,
so we'll get those numbers.
I'm also a fan of that. So
Yeah.
as long as they're doing real work for us.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I fully support this motion as written, but I wanted to comment on the deliverables and achievements. And it is kind of interesting because it's different for advocacy and grant support in terms of measurability and milestones and such. But one option when you have a flat fee contract like this is to say, if you hit certain, deliverable, or if we get certain grant dollars at certain levels, you get a bonus of X or Y or whatever. And I think in 1 year, that's tough because of the way the grant cycles are and where you hit them. But what I would suggest is that we consider adding to this an amendment to say, add an item 4 that would say, explore a bonus structure in year 2 for achievement of specific milestones. And it's an explore, and I'm putting it off by a year so we can get into the rhythm of the relationship first. And maybe the base goes down and we have bonus. I don't know, but I think that could give you more focus on what we actually get out of the contract. It's a little trickier on the legislative side, so I don't know if that's an amendment that the maker would consider.
Yeah, I will. I just want to ask, does that assume that the contract is going to be renewed before we evaluate whether their performance is acceptable?
What I would say is explore a bonus structure in year 2 for achievement of specific milestones if the contract is renewed. How's that?
I see. Okay. That sounds good to me.
I would accept it, but I would recommend rather than bonus structure, just say incentives.
Or milestone payments?
Greater.
How about milestone payments? Incentives? Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I ask a question on this? Is that implying that the contract renewal is linked to the specific milestones, or is it whether or not we actually pay them? I just want to be a little bit more clear on what the intention is with this one, if that's okay.
You would have to renegotiate, I mean, in future years. So I'm saying explore that renegotiation, but city manager, you.
Well, if I could just overlay the dimension of time here, that we're talking about a 1-year contract. Our typical procurement process takes 6 to 9 months. And so I would suggest number 2 establish an ad hoc committee, direction that the council will do that, and to work with staff on really in the next 3 months effectively on what that scope of work, number 3 is, what the scope of work expectation be for the second year. And that would allow Townsend during the first year to have at least a shot at meeting those expectations in the remainder of that first year while a decision is made on whether it's an extension or it's a new procurement. I think that's really necessary in order to accomplish what's already been outlined here.
So I guess what I had in mind, at least for this, the grant side of it, was literally dollars, milestones. Like, they're very measurable. I don't think it would take a lot. I mean, we'd have to hear from you and from them as to what's out there and what's achievable, what the history has been, what our expectations, what reasonable expectations could be. But I would think we could set those fairly easily. The item 2, when I was looking at it, explore city council involvement, I thought this was more around the ad hoc committee, like on the legislative priorities, which are different and harder. And I mean, it could do both, but they're 2 different tasks. And so I'm suggesting that the incentives in year 2 are, if their achievement of certain grant receipts, they're not that hard to set, I don't think, but I do appreciate your timing, and I would defer to you on that.
essentially, I think it can stand as described, but again, the work will need to be underway in this immediately.
Yeah, I guess to me, it's not a scope of work expectation. It's more of a identification or development of the incentives. So it could stand.
Or number two, could be changed to just establish an ad hoc committee to work on legislative matters. So now it keeps it separate. Pat, what do you think?
Mayor, if under your description, you're saying that committee might cover both criteria for future selection of consultants and the kind of incentives that might be involved, and possibly to have a focus group on the legislative and related matters that would be covered by the consultants. Is that what you're thinking? Is that broad, or there's kind of three different buckets there?
I'm actually just looking at, so it's two buckets based on what Councilmember Vinker was talking about, was that the work.
How about criteria? It's really about the criteria to select consultants and performance criteria in the contract.
In the contract for grants.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So what Councilmember Vinker is providing is specific milestones for the grant contract, for grant procurement contract, and also to follow through on all the work. Number two is actually going to be for establishing an ad hoc committee to focus on legislative matters. So those are two different buckets.
Well, and then there's the third one, is what criteria in general does the council have any refinements in the criteria, recommendations for the criteria that would be used for selecting these consultants going forward?
Mayor, for right now, do you want to just specify in item 2 that perhaps through an ad hoc committee directed to legislative items or
legislative matters?
For clarification, I actually thought that number 2 was referring to involvement really on number 3, that it's either, perhaps it could be both, the scope of work for the legislative advocacy, as well as the method of selection of the consultant related to legislative advocacy. As stated, Mayor, I think this is suggesting an ad hoc that is really working on legislation itself. And just for clarification, I think it's important to be clear on what you're suggesting.
Not working on legislation itself, but working on reviewing state legislation, federal legislation. And and I think that they should be open to potentially even crafting legislation or proposing legislation that we might want to see if one of our representatives wants to carry, if it benefits the city.
again, I think we're talking about two different issues. If it's the selection of the consultant and the actual work on the legislation itself. Not opposed to the idea of having an ad hoc to work on legislation itself. Ultimately, the council needs to decide if that's an effective way to tackle these issues. But again, just trying to be clear on what's proposed in this motion.
Okay, so let's go back to number 2. Establish an ad hoc. So everything else before that goes and just add establish an ad hoc. Directed to its legislative matters.
Which suggests this ad hoc will be perhaps doing first read on bills and making a recommendation either for full council discussion or when bills are consistent with or covered by our existing legislative guidelines to recommend a letter or some other action.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
that's how we would interpret that
Correct.
point.
And then number 3, develop a scope based on the city's legislative work plan.
Perhaps it's
I think
just-
that was probably number 2.
Well, it's a scope of services for the consultant.
I see. And would that be, and Councilmember Burt, is develop a scope of services based on the city's legislative? Do you want to also add in the grant
Yes.
and grant contract work plan?
If I may ask a clarification question on this one, is the intention of the developing the scope of services here with the sole intent of refining the work plan of Townsend if you renew a year, or is this a scope of services intended to rebid all 3 service areas? Just so we can understand the timing implications of the latter.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. It would be refining.
Refining the basis for future bids. Is that what you meant, Mayor?
Yes. Or is that not what? Develop a scope of services.
For yeah. It's not, I don't think it's and grant. It's for grant grant initiatives rather than contract plan. And for the cities to fulfill the city's legislative work plan. Does that sound closer to what we're meaning? So services for rather than and the grant. For the city's for the city's grant plan. We don't have to say contract. And legislative work plan.
Yes, and legislative work plan.
And to fulfill the city's legislative work plan. Or address, I should say. Does that seem good?
Let's see, I do believe there is still this threshold question that Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines pointed out of, is it an assumption of refining the work Townsend is doing, or the assumption that we're potentially heading toward a new RFP? And
it would be potentially, well, if we're only going with Townsend at this point in time, only making a decision to go with Townsend for 1 year. It is to help refine the RFP going forward.
So with that assumption, it's, I believe, both a scope of services and actually a contract structure, which would encompass number 4. Again, this is based on a presumption of a new RFP for year 2 and beyond.
Okay.
Councilmember Vinker, does that take care of your suggestion?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think if we did a new RFP and you had a renewable contract, they could, if they wanted, offer to renew the contract, to amend the renewal in compliance with an RFP if it differed, right? So however we work it out, I think the important thing is what the city is setting forth as our expectations and preferred structure for year 2 that helps us accomplish our goals and aligns our goals with whoever is providing the services. And hopefully there'll be some continuity and it'll work out with Townsend in year 2. But yes, I do believe it covers my concerns. Thank you.
Okay. So we can take out number 4 then. Or leave. Okay, I'm sorry.
Maybe a sub bullet under 3, but I think it's valuable to be clear that we want to explore that incentives as well as just the work plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor, I may have misunderstood your question. I do think it's important to call out the milestones, to at least explore setting those concrete milestones and deliverables, achievables, whatever people want to call them.
Okay, while we're refining or developing the scope of services. Okay. Works for me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Only because Ms. Paras and I have to actually execute on a request for proposals process. I do think it's really important to be super clear for developing a scope to go out to bid again. That means we'll be going out to bid again within a few months. Because if you have 1 year of a contract, that's getting us to around February-ish next year, which is also in the middle of session. And so to have continuity of services of any sort, that process will have to start now. So I don't think we necessarily get the chance to see the reflection of the work per se before we start an RFP process, if we are in fact bidding again. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Well, and the alternative staff proposal, isn't that what's implied there?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Burt.
Just that the alternative that staff provided in the staff report that's what we're looking at, right? Is potentially going back out in the year.
There's flexibility within that recommendation because you have the options to renew. So the year contract is what's guaranteed, and then you can evaluate at the end of that year whether you're continuing with the same service provider. That doesn't necessarily mean that you would bid it out again. Maybe you change something within the contract or whatever the choice may be. I look to Ms. Stump for guidance, so I'm not misspeaking in terms of what you can change midstream in a contract. However, that is not a guarantee that you have to rebid it. So if you want to actually open up the entire opportunity for anyone to bid again, be it the 7 firms who bid this time or any others, that is your choice of if you choose to do that within this year or not.
So this motion doesn't stipulate that it would have to be rebid, but it does assume that there may be refinements to the scope of work, and that's all negotiable in a renewal.
I agree with that statement.
May I ask a question? So if we have this for a 1-year period with options to renew, the only way the option to renew is meaningful is if there's an option not to renew. And so if we're not renewing, we necessarily have to go through some kind of process to find someone. And if that's an RFP, by when do we have to make the renewal decision in a one-year contract? I think that's the question, that's the threshold question.
Actually, the renewal decision is typically pretty close to the end. Although again, if you assume we need continuity, then you are backed into needing to renew unless you have enough lead time to do enough lead time to do a new RFP.
That's exactly my point. So in essence, we have to do it, we have to kind of make the renewal decision by the time that we would need to do an RFP, which is in a few months, you're
3 to
saying.
6 months.
Let me offer
Alternatively,
a
if
third
you-
option, which is that we could choose to extend a contract for a year while a full rebid under new terms is developed and let out. So I think I don't think we want to try to determine those outcomes tonight. We want to give ourselves some guidance and some latitude.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think that we certainly could do what you suggested, but what I'm suggesting is we cannot just decide at the end of the year not to renew, because then we have no other options. So that is an option that's not on the table. And we just need to understand that if we go with the 1 year, we're essentially going into the second year while we figure out what we're doing in the third year, or we're starting an RFP process in 6 months. Those are our choices.
Correct. I would agree that if you're actually watching performance, you will want to give this full year of actual work, which would imply that at the end of this year, you're then having some sort of grace period of an RFP process as an off-ramp potentially. So it's almost like a year and a half realistically.
Right. So I think what I was trying to suggest, and I did not do it particularly articulately because I hadn't thought through all of these details, but was that we would look at in the second year, layering on top. So not going through a whole another RFP with a bunch of people, but layering on, possibly renegotiating with Thompson, see if they want to do it as part of the renewal, some milestones where there might be additional compensation if they achieved additional goals. So it's like adding on, not trying to rescope and redo, because that would be, if we explored that during this first year and we find out what's realistic to ask for and expect, it might be a win-win. That's what I was suggesting we consider. Is that more helpful? Or, well, you don't have to answer that.
So I don't see any more lights, but I hear what you're saying and also what staff is saying about that 1 year period. I just want to know whether we have the space. So we would still be able to renew even though we're developing the scope of services and so forth. Okay.
That's an option.
Right, okay. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Assuming Townsend wants to.
I know.
extend. After listening to this discussion, maybe questionable.
Thank you for your patience. Okay, so since we don't have any more lights, I think we can move forward with a vote. Madam Clerk. Oh, I don't see any lights. Did you want a discussion? Okay, we can take the votes. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. This closes number 9. Good night. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. We have, so it's 11:02 p.m. And we still have the discussion and possible revision to the 2023 Standing Committee topics. Wanted to see what my colleagues' thoughts are, if you wanted to continue it. Or,
Move to continue.
Second.
do I need to take a vote? Does Madam Clerk need to take a vote? To
On a
continue
continuance, yeah,
this?
you do.
Yeah.
On a continuance, yeah.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor.
And can you tell me who the seconder was?
Seconder was Vice Mayor Stone.
Mayor Stone? Okay.
Oh, Councilmember Vinker, sorry.
Okay, all right. Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, 2 in a row.
So now we go into council member questions, comments, and announcements. And we have no lights. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a hand. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Just one update from Caltrain, which is that at the last board meeting, the board adopted a set of guiding principles for negotiation on what has been in the works for several years with state support, which is an extension of the South County services to Salinas. And it would be at no additional expense to Caltrain, would be part of the service, no decline in the services to Gilroy and Morgan Hill, our South County partners. But it's an interesting and I think generally positive development that's been supported within the state rail plan, and the funding presumably would come from a combination of Monterey County and perhaps Benito County and the state. So that's the update.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I just thought I should report out to the city that the city's association of Santa Clara County did appoint me to the County Recycling and Waste Reduction Commission, and also to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board, which will be having a full day retreat on Wednesday. So I just can't get enough meetings this week. But obviously, if there are issues of concern with respect to that board, I'm happy to engage with council.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. I was going to announce it, so I'm really glad
sorry.
that you did.
That's a
And
big-
congratulations. And Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
If it's appropriate to announce that the Stanford ad hoc is moving forward with a preliminary meeting, it's really not mine to say, but I would love for you to tell people.
Well, so Stanford Ad Hoc Committee is moving forward, and it comprises of Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Lithcott Hames, and myself. Very good. All right. I don't see any more lights, so we are adjourned. Thank you so much.